What's going on, everybody? It's TCH Live Tuesday, coming at you here from the great city of Dallas, Texas. I'm Aaron McAvoy, back in the booth hanging out with you guys after a couple of weeks off out there in Vegas. And with me, as always, my trusted man over there in Dallas, Mr. Eric Van Loosen. How you doing, buddy?
Doing great, my man. Glad you're back in the saddle for just a little bit before you make another Vegas run. But glad to have you back, man. We missed you.
It's good to be back. Gonna, have a really great show here tonight. I think I'm very much looking forward to it. It's great to be here with all of y'all again. And then, yes, gonna be back to the grind here in another week. Back out to Vegas for a whole bunch more tournaments and hopefully another deep run in the main event. So hopefully you guys can see me on Poker Go once again. And maybe I'll have a little bit more of a long-lasting appearance on there, but we'll see. As of right now, we're gonna get this started. Looks like we got a full table here. Everybody going to start off with a $100 flip, as we've already got 3 8s on board and a couple of deuces behind it. Let's see if we can find anyone with that last remaining 8 for the quads. And if not, it's going to be the biggest pocket pair likely to take this one down. Captain Underpairs says congrats on another great tourney run. Thank you very much. I know it was a little bit disappointing for me to come in 6th the other night, but, it is what it is. When you're in the moment, it's tough to find the call in big spots like that, especially in spots where you've got a lot of better hands to do calling with, and your opponent is just rarely bluffing when they check raise you on an ace-high board and 4-bet pot. So tough one to see sort of go down in flames and whatnot, but do appreciate the congrats there, Captain Underpairs. Thank you so much.
Agreed, right, absolutely.
Mitch there going to take down the first one. He's up 800, buying in a little bit short, as is Walker. Everyone else buying in for the full 5K.
Yeah, going to be a fun one tonight. Of course, Walker, it's not his first time on the show, but he was somebody who watched the stream and wanted to get on and got on. And now we've got Doc Holliday over there in the 7th seat. He is an actual doctor. So we have a doctor, not just a cool nickname. Just got to meet him. He's been part of the chat before and chatted it up with us, and now he's here and on stream. So pretty exciting.
Very cool. Well, ace 4-0, good enough for a limp out of our resident Doc Holliday here. Slick Ric not going to get in there with the 9 deuce. Venom, though, with a couple of 5s, going to go ahead and do a light squeeze here up to 100. Pretty much just a pot builder, and perhaps going to try to assume the button here if he can get the players behind to fold up to the button, which he does.
5, 10, 25, yeah.
Folds all the way back over to Doc Holliday. No one else interested in this one. We are going to go heads up to a flop. Venom well out in front with the pocket 5s.
I remember your name. I'll call you Hunter. I know that's not right though. Walker. Close.
Walker, Hunter, Texas Ranger. Yeah, close. Exactly.
Monotone flop here. Neither player controlling a spade, so Venom here with the best of it. Checked over to him, and yeah, you just oftentimes can take a small stab at boards like this, and if your opponent doesn't have a king or some sort of big spade, it's just out of there, right? Like, imagine having 10 jack here with no spade. You're just like, what the hell am I doing? Probably like holding on out of position. So, of course, the ace 4 goes right into the muck, and Venom will take the first pot of holde'm. Moving up a solid 2 trips to talk about.
There we go. We got Miss Brandy dealing. She's been a part of TCH for a little while now, and first time doing the live stream, so she's excited to be here tonight. And of course, we'll go around the table real quick. We got Venom in seat 1, John H. seat 2. Mitch was on stream last week, Aaron, and just absolutely crushed it. So he's brought some of those monies back to play in this bigger game. Of course, we got JD and seat, what is that, 4 there. Walker, seat 5. Our South Park fan, Scott, in seat 6. The aforementioned Doctor in 7. Who was over there in 8? Oh, can't forget Slick Ric Poker in 8, and then OFC in seat 9. So it's going to be a fun night with this cast of characters.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've got a little bit of 3-coin gear being sported. We got the, yeah, of course, the South Park going on, and it looks like, what is that, a Godzilla or something? Miniature that he's got today. Try to get a better look at that, but Looks like 3 players going to a flop. 5 tray, rainbow flop. Everyone misses. John with the best of it. 2 overs and some backdoors. That half pot here, a little bit on the larger size, and you probably could have sneezed at the pot and taken it down, and the 300 will definitely get the job done.
Pick on her, like, don't leave me alone. It was great.
You're not complaining.
No, I mean, I slept great.
Venom with an interesting strategy, putting the red chips out in front of the blacks to
She literally
sort
for
of
12
hide
days,
them
5
from
minutes.
everyone.
She had no sleep.
Yeah.
So she tried. She was drinking teas and coffee.
It's always funny, right? Like, you unrack your chips, you kind of set them up, you don't really think about like how you've oriented them or whatever, and then once it sort of comes to your attention that you've completely like misarranged them, you're like, oh, oops, sorry guys, didn't mean to do that.
And we'll get these graphics off the screen, I hope,
It was a
because
little
this
rainy,
is
but
a different hand now. Here we go.
Yeah. But sometimes that's the fun.
Yeah, you can tell the players that are more OCD and very neat with their chips and have them, you know, perfectly arranged or some sort of a strange architecture, and then Venom just got
I was there in January.
chips everywhere.
Yeah. At least they are mostly in stacks of 20, so you can kind of see what's going on there. As we're going to get an open to 125 here. John in the low jack. Mitch calling with the black ducks. Scott coming along from the small blind. Perhaps a juicy spot for him to squeeze the king, queen, O, but he just makes the call, and it is rewarded with the toppest of pairs. OFC closes the action with the 5-4 diamonds. Does catch a piece, but it's the bottom end with no real chance of a backdoor straight or flush. Checks to Mitch, who's going to bet the ducks here. And, I mean, it did check to him, so the pre-flop aggressor of John is not going to continue. The problem there is that you have 2 checkers up front, and those guys can still have pretty strong hands. And this is a pretty connected board, so stabbing with the deuces, going to get resistance a lot of the time. And not only does he get the resistance, it is a check raise from Scott, and he's going to have to pay that.
And that was our boy, our production teammate, Cooper, dropping off those knit buttons, and boom, they are already out. John H. making a little joke saying he already won a hand, but that was before those buttons came out, so we'll see.
Usually we do 100.
I think they're going to do a $100 knit button game, sounds like.
Either a long neck or a smart person.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
100
play
per
with me
person.
too
Yeah,
much.
yeah, yeah.
You know myself.
And then we got 500. I was like, damn.
I was like, wow.
I don't know.
500 would be real spicy.
Super spicy.
Definitely violated
Be like 800 or 900.
code.
And it's splash pot, isn't it?
It's
That would alter the game so incredibly much that it would be bananas.
Big game is 100 per person, so it's about 8 to 900. 800.
Yeah, especially if they were doing the $4,500 splash pot.
Yeah, it's a splash. Yeah, exactly.
So it's
Yeah,
$100
right?
net?
Put it all into
Yeah,
one.
with 11% chance to win it back.
Not for me.
If you're on the button, it's 18%.
I thought of 3%.
But usually we do like 2 splash pots, like 400 and 400.
That's better. I like that.
Oh,
More than 400.
Like,
All right, Mitch here in the low jack with the king jack. Make it 150 to go. Scott on the 8th tray of diamonds here on the button. Mitch opening off of the shorter stack, and Scott elects to simply fold it. So was it a $50 straddle and an open to 3x there? Would definitely like to see at least a call on the button, if not probably a little bit more standard 3-bet there, but he lets it go, and we're going to see a 3-bet from Doc in the small blind. Mitch makes the call, and heads up to a flop we go. King Jack against the pocket sevens, and pocket sevens are holding through the flop. Big size here from Doc, out of position. Just going to try to railroad this one through, but Mitch is going to raise it up here, makes it 1,500 to go with a 3-liner and no spade. This is a very interesting play. And committing half of his remaining chips, so he's basically saying to Doc, like, We're playing for all of it if you would like, and if you would not like, then you can fold. But Doc's gonna call, and this pot is up to 3,900.
Ain't scared at all. Let's see what Mitch chooses to do. If it's another brick.
Yeah, I wonder if Mitch is just like put a low non-spade out there, like the deuce of diamonds, and like I'm just going with this, right? Like, what did he call for? Given that his opponent only, I mean, does he only have 1,600 behind? I think that's right. Check, check, turn, ace on the river. A little bit of a sort of unfortunate card here for Doc Hollywood, as like any of the ace-x of spades hands that check raise, or excuse me, raise the flop in position may have just gotten there. But Doc isn't going to give Mitch a chance to rep the ace. He's just going to stuff it in there. And Mitch, who perhaps would have been obligated to go for it.
Yeah, spicy.
Yeah.
Obviously has to show the hand, and Slick Ric's looking at him going, okay, I like your style. Got some eyebrows raising.
Yeah, eyebrows raising, some smiles. Everybody definitely, you know, sort of looking around like, wow, that was not what I expected to see turned over.
And he says, it's okay, guys, I'm a doctor.
Yeah. Well, he did execute that one to the tune of profit of 1,800 or thereabouts, as that is now where he's sitting in first position. Scott now in second, up to 635. Everyone else stuck a little bit. Of course, we're only 5 hands in.
I did a 160 in there, and then I got instantly a 320. So.
And we got the $100 double straddle on
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
So
And then 320.
juicy
Or was it
start
the
to the night.
Yeah, it's interesting too when you see someone who's playing a shorter stack sort of just be like, oh yeah, we're doing straddles? Yeah, let me put a bunch of my chips out there. It honestly does make it a little bit scarier to open against that guy though, right? Because now here this open to 300, like he's got 1,500 behind, and that's just like an easy jam all in. So you're kind of like, yeah, I better have something good. Folds all the way back and around to Mitch, who is going to defend off of the 970. And with 700 in the middle, stack spot ratio right around 2. That's going to be flop top pair.
He's going to rip it, yep.
Nice hand, Mitch. One's good.
Yeah, he had
That's a restyle.
Got himself back up to the 2K mark now.
Cheating on the 3-point, huh?
Yeah, and for those that didn't see last week, Mitch was on the stream. They were playing a 2-5-10 game, and Mitch was just destroying folks. So playing good, running good. He's by far the biggest winner, so let's see if he can get some of that good luck going again tonight.
Yeah, it's sort of the poker dream, right? Like you come in at, you know, relatively sort of modest stake, playing some 2-5, 2-5-10, whatever, and run up a nice win. And let's just go play the 5-10 and a quarter with some 50s and $100 straddles on and just run it up again. I mean, how great would that be?
Raise 150.
Our first foray into the pot here for Slick Ric on the button with the Queen 10. Mitch will defend from the straddle with the 9-8 suited. Heads up we go. Definitely a board that favors Mitch's defending range here. Slick Ric going to check it back, and board stays low. Mitch going to go ahead and take a stab now with the 9 high and gut shot. Slick Ric here with pretty much one of the worst unpaired hands that doesn't bet the flop, so probably just going to let this go. But I am proven wrong. He's going to float Queen 10 off here. King comes on the river, and let's see how Mitch approaches this with just 9 high on the river. Kind of a tough card to continue betting on, although you don't give Slick Ric a ton of kings, right? Like, does he just float you with like king queen or king jack or something that check back the flop? Wow. Slick snap, checks back, takes the queen high showdown, doesn't even care to represent the king and see if he can get his opponent to fold like a 3. And yeah, there you go, Slick Ric. Queen high like a boss.
Like a boss. This is our favorite Slick Ric that did call for heaps with queen high on this live stream one time. So maybe he was having flashbacks, decided I'm going to take another hand down with the lady. A good feeling you'll probably run into him next week or so in Vegas, as he'll probably be back out there. And I know he was out there for this first run, and I'm sure he's going to be out there playing the main.
Yeah, a whole bunch of the Texas contingent going to be out there, if not just still out there, or you know, sort of making their way out for the middle of the series. Everyone has a little bit of a different take on how to go about it, which I think is great. You know, kind of go with your own vibe. But yeah, Slick Ric seems to have a,
They weren't getting much use either.
excuse me, the similar idea as myself. Sort of go out there for a couple weeks, week and a half, then come home, get a little bit of R&R, play some cash
Hate it
games,
when that happens to me.
rejuvenate, and head back out for the back end. It is definitely the sort of schedule that I've been sticking with over the last couple of years, and
Green chips. You guys want to do red chips?
it just seems to be the most beneficial as far as overall energy level and my ability to just kind of, you know, put up with being in Vegas for that much time. You know, you kind of need to break it up, in my opinion. So I really like to do it that way. And hopefully, this latest run that I had is the beginning of some
I didn't
run
solve.
good.
I didn't
And
solve.
carry that heat forward
What am I supposed to do?
into the Vegas tournament.
That's what it is.
That's why I got so many reds.
It's unfair to let him use red chips, so we gotta.
Everyone flops a gut shot to Broadway here. OFC with the biggest spade checks to him on the button. He'll take a stab.
I think one day, like, exactly.
JD calls, but Scott folds. Doesn't have any backdoor diamonds to work with, so he's just going to get out of there. Even though he was closing the action, could have just binked a queen on the turn for the ace-high straight, but just let it go. Another spade. Both players working with big spades, too.
Yeah, did not see the king of spades in anybody's hand. That would be a juicy card to hit the river.
Yeah, that would be a pretty much ultimate cooler card. JD here, kind of with one of these hands where he could check raise at some frequency for representing the spade flush coming in, but you have to remember that this was sort of multi-way flop, and you know, OFC bet into a couple of players. You just don't want to take that one at full frequency, so JD lets it go.
Did hear the players talking before or during that last hand that this is pretty much just going to be a green chip game. There was a bet of, I think, 210 that was put out there, and they said, let's just make it a green chip game as far as the betting goes. So for the most part, looks like we're just going to have some big bets thrown out there, and the red chips will just be for the blinds and for tipping purposes. But that's good to hear for us commentators.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is kind of nice. You know, keeps the game moving along at a faster pace. Nobody needs change. You just save those for the tippenings. Got Mr. Brendan Kaufman joining us in the chat. What's up, man? Thank you so much. And yeah, absolutely. I'll do my best out there. Hopefully bring home a bracelet to the great state of Texas.
That would be
And
great, man.
we got a lot of really good players here from the state of Texas going out there. So, you know, I have a good feeling that somebody's going to bring one back. We had like 3 come back to Texas last year. And yeah, I think we've got a few more in us. So best of luck to you out there as well, Brendan.
Double down.
Absolutely. Benham going to get rid of his knit button with a nice little 6-4 offsuit on the button there.
forgot you had the knit button.
Didn't use that.
Got, what, 5 of those already released. Ryan Sigalo jumping in, saying tuning in from the floor, out there playing some 1-2 right now. Looked pretty busy when I walked in. I'm sure the club down there in Austin is as well, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a bunch of tables of 1-2 going on out there, you know, the old round of each and such going on as well. So always good games, and, you know, hopefully by the time I come back from WSOP, we'll be ready to get the new room open here.
That was my
in
next
Austin,
question.
So
Hell yeah.
it is coming up. You know, there's just always unforeseeables and stuff. So the room just not quite ready to open the doors, and hopefully just a few more, you know, final touches on it before we can all go check it out, try the food, and some of the drinks that will be available. So looking forward to it.
Mallory didn't mention it, so I don't think we are.
Nobody said anything, but if y'all want to turn it on, we can always.
Check.
But for now, no 7.
Spicy flop here. Got an open ender for JD. OFC flopping the nut flush draw.
All right, we're playing 7 deuce.
Not right now, but.
Small pawn.
Jake Lizzie, it's going to be a new room in Austin, so we're moving across Anderson Mill from the current location on the south side of Anderson Mill to the north side, and it's going to be right over there next to the aquarium if you're familiar with the area.
We can rotate.
Yeah. Having something on.
Pretty spicy flop here, both players with big draws. It's going to be a check raise from JD here out of the big blind. OFC will make the call. Pot grows to 1250. SPR a little over 3. And bingo on the turn. Ace high flush for OFC. JD now drawing dead. Half pot here from out of position. JD just going to try to earn himself the pot on a relatively modest bet. Perhaps also just see a river for a decent price. Let's see here. Should be just doing a lot of calling, right? He's going to have a lot of just like top pair type holdings. Not a lot that can go for a raise, but he does settle on raise. Just wants to kind of cooler JD if he has some sort of smaller flush or maybe 2 pair that, you know, doesn't want to see a river, you know, another heart or some sort of card that completes the straights. I don't know. Just always one of those spots where you have the nuts. Yeah, it makes sense to try to build the pot. Just doesn't get anything done there.
Absolutely. Life 2 to max in the chat saying, any way to get on the wait list for this stream game tonight? Here you go, my friend. Scan that QR code. Take a quick picture if you want to. There's Mallory's contact information. She's probably in the room somewhere today, but she is the one who puts together the lineups. Give her a shout. Tell her a little bit about yourself. If you've been on the stream before, I'm sure she knows you, but yeah, that's who you contact if you're wanting to get on the stream here in Dallas.
All right, just the $25 straddle this time. Doc Hollywood going to open from under the gun. The ace queen. It's at 175 to go. Big chunky open. See the 7x too often, but he does make it. He's going to get called in 2 spots. Both opponents with knit buttons, so they're sort of hunting for a win. Comes king high. Both opponents going to connect with this board. Top pair 10 kicker, top pair jack kicker. And Doc going to continue barreling for another large size into the 2 opponents that have flopped top pair. Gets called by both of them. And this is getting spicy real quick. Walker now with stacked pot ratio of only a smidge over 1. He's definitely in the danger zone here. No improvement in equity here for Doc Hollywood. I think he should pretty much recognize that he is in a bad way here. This is a rainbow flop as well. It's not like somebody just like floated with, you know, some flush draw or something, or even a straight draw, right? It's like Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack of hearts, spades, or diamonds are like the only real drawing hands.
Those were the cards we drew for seats.
Does check it back. 7 of hearts on the
We drew
end.
for seats with those, but they never came down.
And Scott is going to go for a little bit of value, and I think this is a size that Walker will not be able to get away from. That is 700. Top pair with a 10 blocking any of the weird 10 jack that we talked about. 10 jack of diamonds in particular. And he is going to get shown the jack kicker. Scott will drag a nice pot. That's going to chip him up over 7K. Poker Monkey made it to Vegas today. Congratulations on safe travels and good luck out there, my man. Bring us home a bracelet.
5 is adding 2,000.
Got Clayton Bigsby scanning Mallory's info, but it's in Michigan, so won't be able to make the stream. But thanks for tuning in again. Albert H. and Team JD there saying, go JD, take him to the river. Got a friend or family member playing on the stream tonight. Let us know. Let us know you're rooting for them.
And
Notice
with that
we have a Doc Hollywood, and we have the player directly across from him wearing a Doc Holliday T-shirt.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I'm your Huckleberry. So.
That's right. See if they tangle it up a little bit tonight.
I'm hoping so. We'll see who's the bigger cowboy.
That's right.
If you hadn't had a nip button, I wouldn't have called. Yeah.
So we've got just 3 players with the nip button, JD, John, and Walker. Walker's saying that he would have folded the hand if Scott didn't have the nip button, which is perhaps interesting information to the rest of the table if they were paying attention. You know, saying that you would fold top pair. I mean, he's in the same spot that Doc Hollywood was, which is like, okay, that's a super dry board, and now you're betting the river. Like, what did you, you know, float? If we're saying that you've got some sort of hand that I beat, what did you float the flop with, and then bet the river? So, you know, still is a tough spot with the King 10. I just don't know that you can fold for 700 there. But says he would have done it if he didn't have a nip button. Anyways, John here going to flop the top pair and see if he can win his first hand to get rid of the nip button. Two overs, backdoor spades, backdoor straight draw here for Doc Hollywood. I think this is a spot that you sort of, from a principled standpoint, need to peel off a turn, and looks like he agrees. He does put in the calling chips.
Heads up.
Always feels kind of weird. You're like, do I want a red jack on the turn? Like, what am I really looking for here? But gets the 9 of spades, one of the better cards that he could see. Gives him a bit of a combo draw here. Double gutty and a flush draw. 32% equity with the cards
800.
missing from the deck. You can see up at the top of the screen. John turning the top 2 pair, of course. Gonna need to keep his foot on the gas, and he does go for a large-ish size. 800 into about 1,200. Honestly, yeah, given the fact that the flush comes in, he does have the 10 of spades, which makes it a little bit easier to go for the big size. And he is going to get the call. This pot swelling. 2,800 now. What do you think, Eric?
Spike. There it is.
Gets the infamous flush straight. Not a straight flush, but good enough to take it down. And
Flush with a 10.
yeah, John is going to get to check this back. I think Doc needs to lead the river. All of John's just like exactly like what he has. Two pair holdings are just going to snap check back. And if he has something like, I can't even really imagine a hand that bets for value there that isn't just the ace of spades.
Yeah, that was
Take 3 is adding 800.
gross card. There's a couple cards that would have been bad cards there for Doc, but the spade was definitely not one of them. And John's two pair get dusted.
I still have
Yeah, pretty tough spot there when you've got turn top 2 with the 10 of spades. You're like, all right, like I'm not really worried about anything. I feel pretty good about this. And it's like, oh, really? The 8 of spades? Like, well, who put that card in the deck? That doesn't seem right.
You can act in the dark.
Okay.
No, I want to straddle. I'm not
Straddle 50. Raise.
I don't have a net button. I don't need to do all this fancy shit.
And yes, Life 2D Max, that was me answering your question there in the chat. It is a match the stack game tonight.
And I'm doing the raising here with the ace-10 off. Slick Ric and Mitch in there, actually. Mitch in there with the 10-5 of spades.
4 players.
Calling from the hijack. Looking to tune these boys up with some trash. And it doesn't look like he's going to do it, barring some sort of miraculous run out. But it is a king-high board, rainbow texture. And we'll check through to a jack of diamonds. So you're saying there's a no, there is no chance, because if the queen comes, the ace-10 will beat him.
He in big trouble. He in big trouble.
I mean, his 5 is still alive somehow. Doesn't come in, as we are literally just playing high cards here. A couple of ace-10s, OFC and Venom going to chop this up, and when we do indeed get to showdown.
We both were like, come on, queen. Yeah, one time. You don't have the nib button, right, Ben?
Mr. Doug R. and Jedi jumping in the chat. What's going on, fellas?
If it's in there, chop it.
While she's chopping this up, I want to remind everybody, currently here at TCH in Dallas, we do have, and TCH Social, we've got the 9 for 99 special going on all the way through the 30th. So all the month of June. Buy 9 hours, get it for 99 bucks. Saves you $18 each time you do that. You can buy one at each club every day, if you so choose. And also, the big tournament's going to be going on starting tomorrow, the even bigger one. If I can find that thing where he put it, I will put that up. We'll come back to that one, I guess.
Yeah, the even bigger one, of course, the flagship tournament, TCH Dallas, always blasting the guarantee, putting big numbers up for first place. And yeah, how great is it to be able to buy into a local tournament that runs every month and walk away with something close to or even more than $50,000? Pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, last month was a little bit smaller than normal, but still had well over $300,000, and top 2 prizes were $48,000 and $46,000. They decided to do a little 2-way chop there, with first place taking home just under $50K and second taking $46K off a $300 buy-in. So pretty damn good.
He's a real active player. He needs to learn
Nice.
exactly. Oh yeah, the 5 on top too. Yeah. Thank you.
Change cherry on top. Change things.
Walker in the cutoff opens the 9 Dewey with the knit button. Slick Ric here just going to call ace-7 suited, and here we go. Benham has the real hand. And let's see if he squeezes a little larger than he tried earlier. Looks like he's still going a little bit on the small side. 7 1/4. I mean, given the fact that Walker opened this pot and only has 3K, you know, maybe he's just sort of adjusting to that stack size, but I mean,
No nip button, right?
yeah,
Opening with you today.
5x when you've got 3 players that have already committed the 175, or excuse me, the 150. I don't know. I usually go a little bit bigger, but Venom gets through the opener, and now here we are back to Slick Ric, and yeah, you can just never double flat here. He lets it go. OC will do the same. Venom
So
picks it
you're
up.
asking for a count too.
Good squeeze.
That is right. Good hand for him. No, it was just
I should have done that. That was my fault.
Nixon saying, "What's up, Dallas? What's going on there?" Nixon Joshua.
Agonizing call fold hand I've ever seen.
And here we go. Here's the graphic for the even bigger one. So starting tomorrow, June 19th, 10 a.m. here in Dallas, and at 5 p.m. also in Dallas. Those are the 2 flights starting tomorrow. Day 2 on Sunday, and the final table will be streamed again on Monday, the 24th. Again, it's a 250K guarantee, and we're going to smash that guarantee. $300 buy-in. Top 10% make it to day 2, and you will be in if you make it to day 2. So come and join in there. I had a pretty decent run at it. The last one we did made a couple of these days too, so I'm going to get after it again. Try to get that big score. Might see you in Vegas if I do, Aaron.
Heck yeah, dude. Ship it and come on down, man.
Right.
We'll have a good time. We'll watch some UFC or whatever is going on the weekends. We'll run it up to big stacks in the tournaments. Have a jolly good time, man.
I don't know why I put you on
Make
two
it
pair
happen.
there, so I just
Ship it and rip it. That's right.
I was pretending like I had 2 pair though.
That's how I put you there. So
I got one
raising
fan,
has some
Jacob
merit.
Thomas, in the chat saying, "Let's take it down." We're going to try, baby.
But oh boy, I was wrong.
We had a few employees make some pretty decent runs there last time, so see if we can't get a little farther this time. I finished 19th, and one of our dealers just bubbled the final table, making it to 10th. That was James Gonzalez, and of course our co-commentator Mitch finished 31st in the even bigger one last time. So good luck to everybody who's going to be playing this week. Starts tomorrow, so let's hope to see a bunch of you turn out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's great showing by the local staff there for sure. So we're going to have both players flopping 2 pair. John going to go for the check raise here with the 6-4. No spade. JD, no spade either, but does have the same backdoor straight sort of, you know, runner possibilities. 9 of diamonds on the turn. These players will chop it up if we get to showdown. I guess barring a 7, right? A 7 does actually give JD a straight, so there is a chance for JD to improve. John does not have a chance to improve. But he is going to continue barreling. Makes it 1,100 into 1,200, so this is nearly a full pot size wager, leaving himself only 1,700 behind, and he does have the nit button, same as JD. And my guess is that all the chips are going to end up in the middle here between these guys, but JD says, nah, you just probably, oh my God, he doesn't have 6-4, he's got ace-8.
Ace
What
eight.
the hell is going on over here?
Is he allowed to get rid of this before the end of the net game?
The 2-seat, as we've seen before, sometimes we have some card read errors, and there couldn't have been a bigger card read error than what we just saw. We thought we had the 6-4 versus the 6-5, and John H. sitting over there pretty much with the effective nuts against JD's 6-5.
Yeah, I mean, I guess JD has played with John enough to know that, like, he's probably not just, like, YOLOing it there with spades or some sort of straight draw, but I don't know,
By
man.
the end, I'll be fine with it.
Both players with a nit button, so you're down to 3 buttons left. Like, I'm a little bit curious as to JD's thought process there of letting that one go. Had a gut shot to a straight available as well, so a little bit of maybe backup equity should he actually be behind, but yeah.
Yeah,
John had the best one.
the sizing too, would have made me think, there was some potential for a bluff there. So good laydown as we see.
Yeah. All right, ace 10, 10 flop here. Mitch with the best of it, flopping top pair, no kicker. Walker with a gut shot and backdoor diamonds working. John on the pair of 6s out of the way. Heads up between Mitch and Walker to a turn 3 of hearts. Changes nothing.
You played it pretty conspicuously.
Mitch gonna slow it down with a check now.
A couple outs.
600 is the best.
Maybe 2.
Wow.
Check jam from Mitch with top pair, no kicker.
No, you're good.
Walker's like, wait, I mean, how much do you have? Like, is there any chance that
Oh yeah,
I have to call this and then see the amount of chips
Yeah, one time,
go
okay.
easily? But
One time.
All night. I usually go twice.
spicy moves here from Mitch tonight. We have seen some rather unorthodox plays, but he is
I
shipping
just want to
pots.
know. You'll go twice, right? Twice.
Two
I'll
times
go
life.
twice.
I'm
I'm
times
once or twice. I don't
You
care.
got the one finger today?
I'm the one finger.
So Walker, JD.
All right, JD's got the one finger today.
I'm sorry.
Mitch, one-timer. All right.
Yeah. I think it'll happen.
John throwing up the wrong one finger, but says he's going to go once tonight.
Mitch, it used to be one time only, especially in
I'm back in the
Vegas.
groove. I'm
But
just like, all right, one time. Let's get
you get a little older and you get second chances in life. In the long run, I think it's supposed to be better.
Everybody knows about my second chance. I just got finding a daughter I didn't know I had. She's 40 years old.
Is that
Yeah,
true story?
you missed that on the stream last week, Aaron.
Not gonna
Mitch,
cost me nothing because there's no child support.
Mitch is going to run it one time, but he finds out about a daughter he never knew he had. That's 40 years old, but never too late to connect. So not shy with kind of celebrating that last week. So he believes in second chances, Aaron.
Said,
Wow. I mean, that's, yeah, that is something that we don't all get to experience, but good for him.
is that all?
Knock on wood, man. I'm hoping. I'm hoping I don't have to
5 minutes. I used to-
find out
It's gonna have to be
20
really
years
bad.
from now.
OMC. The other day,
Walker is
I
all
got a
in.
text from a number I didn't remember. My wife goes, maybe
JD with the suited Robbie here and a chance to not lose the knit game. I mean, it's $900 that you get a chance to try to win back,
The second card was
and
higher.
this
I
is
mean,
a
way
jam of
way more helpful.
2,000.
Glad the
I
second card's
mean-
not higher.
It's kind of, I don't know. I think it's pretty easy. He did this jam into the field, right? JD, a little bit of a gambler,
Ace what, Walker?
and he's gonna do it.
And he says one time.
I had 2 life cards.
Yeah, you're,
I mean,
you're
I
definitely
expected
live. You're
that.
definitely live. You're
Jack
still-
4?
you're
Oh, hello.
Still on?
You're cheating
One
if you
side
win.
action. Still on?
You're cheating if
Once,
you
yeah.
All right, red on red prime, and there's a jack.
Oh,
And a four.
gotta hit an ace.
John dead on the
Dead.
Oh, yeah, 4 on the turn. Shuts
Oh,
it all
yeah,
down.
drawing dead on the turn, yeah.
Pretty sure I had
Just
a
saw the
jack.
4.
Fuck it.
You wanted it, right? You knew
I don't know.
I think I'm calling it. JD,
So now Walker is gonna have
We were almost
to
had
ship
side action.
good poker, JD.
$900
You were going to bet
to
on
the
JD?
middle over the course of the next 2 hands, as long as they're doing it the way that we've sort of grown accustomed to,
Once bucket's been
as
called,
well as obtain a fresh new stack of chips to play with. So pretty bad beat there.
Yeah, that is definitely a bad beat there. Loses the net game, gets his whole stack demolished by the Jack 4, Mr. J. Diggles.
400 and then 400.
Yeah, and as you
Well,
said, you know,
32, I
JD
guess.
must be
It
cheating.
was 4 minus 8. So
He added 4.
Must be cheating.
But he lost it.
New internet. It's going viral.
He added 4.
he had a four.
And then he lost the next.
I know, but like,
Did you guys see that call, that all in for 2,100 with Jack 4? Oh my
We
God.
didn't even have a flop yet. He didn't even know if he had blockers yet.
turn it in.
How did he know it was going to hit 2 pair?
Yeah. Yeah, once you pay Walker,
That's a
you don't have
strategy.
to. You don't have to
Oh,
keep
yeah,
it.
yeah,
You
okay.
don't get to keep
I figured I just paid every hand until I won.
it. Okay, 800. I like that.
For Brandy's first time dealing on the stream, she's doing
How
her
big
best
is that trust
to deal out some fire tonight, and the players are cooperating.
Yeah, definitely true.
Brandy plays a lot in the room, Aaron, so if you're ever in Dallas, you might see her on the tables as well. And she is a tough one. She will put you to the test.
All right, good to know. Slick Ric here, not at the table to play his hand. Oh, wait, no, it looks like he is coming back just in time. I was going to say, he's going to miss the splash pot.
On stage.
Has a tremendous amount of equity out there, particularly if you have, you know, an above average hand. try to
Thank you, JD.
really apply some pressure. The Jack-10 here facing the open from Scott. And Slick Ric did indeed come back in time to get after this one. But now he's going to run into the ace-queen suited of OFC next to act in the cutoff.
When I go to the restroom, man, I always have pocket something. Queen, so it drives me crazy when I watch it.
Yeah.
Conscious for everything.
A couple of my hands, I needed it.
Yeah, I guess thing playable. I was hoping to get 4.
This is such a weird spot.
Slick Ric here with the confident body language, sort of grabbing the drink, taking some sips, having some laughs. OFC now, like, well, what do I do? Can I just call from the cutoff?
I know,
Do I
I know.
fold? Oh, good God, he's fold.
Just dumps it. He doesn't even get to see a flop.
Biggest fold.
I don't know about that one. I mean, anytime there's a splash pot, you have to sort of believe that people are going to be playing a little bit more aggressively, playing a wider range than they would traditionally. And ace-queen suited, like, if you had an open under the gun and a 3-bet in a normal hand, ace-queen suited would be kind of like, ooh, like, that's a tight range from up front. That's an even tighter range 3-betting. So ace-queen suited is kind of cringy, but as soon as you add 450 of dead money in the middle, I think it becomes a very playable hand. Slick Ric here is going to flop the up and downer.
He's gonna
Mucks
show.
his oh no, she's like, oh, get this shit away from me. What the hell did I do folding my hand? But
All the clubs, 9-high board, OFC somehow gets to feel justified. I was hoping some diamonds were going to hit out there for sure. Maybe I need to run outside of the booth real quick, Aaron, and tap him on the shoulder and say, this is not a tournament. You can 4-bet with that hand. You can flatten with that hand. You can do all kinds of things with the ace-queen suited in this wild, crazy game with a splash pot out there.
yeah, I mean, so it is awkward though, right? Like, let's
It
actually
is.
think about how you proceed, because you said you could flatten, you can raise. I mean, calling with it and then having it fold back to the initial raiser, or God forbid someone cold 4-bets from behind. Yeah, now you're just like, ugh, like, why did I put the money in there at all? So calling seems like the worst option. And then if you do 4-bet it, like, are you 4-bet folding it if someone jams? Or are you just like calling it off? I don't know. I mean, it is sort of weird, right? You can just fold and then you don't have to do any of the other decision making. It's just over. You're done. You lost the hand. So, I don't know. Always pretty cool to see how people navigate these spots. Here we go, 9-high board, rainbow flop. It's going to be an overpair for Doc Hollywood, still way out in front. John does have the gut shot, backdoor hearts, so doesn't want to fold, but for full pot, my goodness, I don't know if he can call this. Yeah, let it go. Sometimes you face these players that just hammer away full pot every time, and you're just like, dude, like, you're getting no value, but you're also just completely pushing me out of these pots. Like, I can't continue. I would like to, and I can't, so I'm just done.
No. We're not that deep yet, most of us.
Get those VPIP numbers up here in a second. I do know last week, Aaron, when Mitch was on that heater and was crushing the 2-5-10 game we had going, I think he finished the night at either 68 or 70% VPIP. So it was pretty fun to see, and you know, like we said, that's a good way to get yourself invited back onto a stream when you're creating action and involved in that many hands. So that was fun to watch, and we've already seen him get in there with some 9-deuce and 10-5 suited, so he is not scared to get in there.
That is the truth, man. He is our Huckleberry. He is bringing it. So let's go, Mitch. Run it up, as he is going to be pipped once again, this time with a call on the button with Queen 9 off. Facing the early position limp from Doc Hollywood with the same hand, and the squeeze, Slick Ric with a blackjack hand.
There you go. Yeah, the ace king game. Remember the ace king and you lose the pot.
Slick Ric is going to flop the only pair in the hand. Middle pair of sevens, backdoor diamonds, and a straight draw working. Doc Hollywood and Mitch both with 1 overcard and some backdoors of their own. Doc is going to donk lead for 75 here, which is very interesting. And yeah, this is always the response. You can't let them get away with this small lead with a call. So Slick Ric will raise it up, makes it 300. And is Doc just like, let me try something kind of squirrely and then get out of the way, or is he gonna continue squirreling?
Yeah, squirreling it is.
And if ever there was a turn card that Slick Ric is happy to see, it is the 4 of hearts. Yeah, he's getting coolered by 8-5 suited, but you're not really worried about that. Now I think he wants to sort of, you know, take as much as he can out of Doc if Doc does have something like Jack-10 or Queen-Jack here. And yeah, he's going to go for a chunky size.
Got a laugh and a smile out of Doc there. I think the squirreling is up.
I mean, unless he wants to go for something really spicy on the 0 equity bluff, but he is going to let it go. Yeah, you pick up a 10. Obviously, you think about, you know, how hard you can go in the paint, but the 4 of hearts is not what you're looking for.
So I told JD when I saw him at the cage getting his chips that I wanted to hear some good needles to Slick Ric because they kind of have that dynamic. I saw on the Instagram today that they posted that 2 best friends playing tonight on live stream, and he just asked Slick Ric if he got some new bling. Slick Ric looks to be wearing a new bracelet of some sort. And Slick Ric said, "Yeah, I got some new bling." And I just heard JD say, "Oh, I thought bling was for winners." So the night is young between these two. Let's hope it continues. Good stuff.
Yeah, you love to see a good bit of friendly banter.
Absolutely. Good old-fashioned shit talking.
All right, Benham with the open. JD 3-betting the button. 10-9 suited. It's the Jack-10 suited for Doc Hollywood from the $25 straddle.
That's when you'll win.
And cold calling, always a little bit weird.
Can't wait to see like that.
Jack-10 suited. My goodness, such a beautiful hand. You hate to fold it. And also feels a little bit weird to cold 4-bet with, but really, I mean, sure you don't have the ace for the, you know, that card removal for your opponent's best sort of calling hands, but you know, it's never a terrible idea to mix in some of these suited connectors into a cold 4-betting range, because you know you're gonna have all of the best hands like in your range, and then you can also connect with some boards that you wouldn't traditionally expect a cold 4-better to hit. You know, JD's on the button, like just one of those guys who's gonna be 3-betting kind of light sometimes, or at least a little bit, you know, wider as the strong player that he is. So wouldn't have hated to see it. Would have been pretty interesting to see him put that in and very likely get the job done. As it stands, Benham here is going to get to see this turn card. Does give him not quite the butt flush draw, but very near to it for diamonds in hand.
So they have one flip tournament I've seen where like it starts
We're not clean for JD though.
We
get to showdown. We'll have the winner.
Flip for the table, and one person leaves each table, and then creates a final table, and then they play.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, you just flip.
Sure enough, there it is. JD checking it down.
Just like you flip it, and then 90% of the field's gone, and
Exactly.
you play from there.
And then you play. Yeah.
You play from there. Yeah.
It's just you're starting out in the money, basically. Yeah, I think it's like what he said. You start out in the money.
Yeah, you start out in the money.
It stops like the You're not playing, yeah, for
There's no bubble. You just like.
Got 182 of y'all watching the live stream. Of course, we're streaming on Facebook, YouTube.
I like that.
You gotta win more than one flip.
They Kick, Twitch.
No, it's just one.
Not sure what else. Maybe on X.
Yeah, but I thought.
Thank y'all for joining us again tonight. If you're on YouTube, please smash that like button for us. Hit subscribe if you're not already subscribed.
Once you win the table, you're.
We're going to keep growing this channel, and we're streaming in all locations now. Dallas, Houston, Austin, and the Rio Grande Valley. Shout out to all those streams. Caught the end of the Austin stream last night.
I think Sean Deep tried last year to get in and was struggling.
18 or something.
Chidwick did a lot too last year. I
34.
think.
Oh my god.
34 flips, yeah.
34 like lost.
34 1K flips before he got.
All right, Scott here going to go to
Might be
work
10, I
with
don't know.
the ace queen.
One
Just has a call here from the small blind facing
I think it's 10. I think it's
Mitch's,
10.
excuse me, Benham's open
Flip, flip,
It's
go.
from
flip and go, flip and go.
UTG1.
Instead of like a sit and go, it's a flip.
And
There's
the
like,
call
there's
from
3 days
Mitch,
where
I
you
mean,
can
I
show up and
just
flip at the start,
love
set up
these
and
spots as a
if you're win-
squeeze.
if
You
you're
get a
in-
caller
in
in
the actual
between,
tournament, you're
and your
already,
hand is so strong
cash.
You're
with a
both
lot of
you,
good
like,
card removal. Just, yeah,
So they
squeeze
pay you
that
out
up,
1,500 plus, then you get to go play a
in
tournament.
my
where you're
opinion.
already
But
in the money,
it's going to be the call. Comes king high. And nobody connecting with an immediate pair. OFC
yeah, the
with
Bomb Pot
the
tournament
gutty
was, round of each.
is sort of
Holde'm
the
and
highest
PLO.
equity
Because I
hand
definitely
here
saw PLO.
outside of
That
just
makes
ace
sense.
high.
And then there was bomb pots in between.
Yeah, Mitch
Which
gonna
is now
just hammer
gone.
it.
Mitch
Double board PLO, double
wins.
board Holde'm. There was double board bomb pots.
So we're starting the net game when the button gets to there. Is that correct?
No, I
To
think
wherever
Mitch.
it stopped,
I think
back on Mitch.
Oh, okay. That worked. Yeah.
Mitch was the last splash spot button, right?
Sounds good.
You were last.
I was the last splash spot button, and then it went to him. So,
All right, so let's say you take this thing down over the weekend, my friend.
I'm good with whatever.
What events would you be looking to play? Just mostly Hold'em? Is that your main game? I know you play a little PLO. Would you play any PLO tournaments?
If there are a couple PLO events, I wouldn't mind. I like playing cash PLO a little bit more than I would. I've only tried a PLO tournament I think once. So I definitely would probably stick to the Hold'em tourneys out there.
WSP event. It's like, oh,
nobody
this
could
is.
tell me, like,
But yeah, I haven't been out to Vegas during the series for, God, I think it's been 3 years since I've been out there. So, would love to have an excuse to get out there and, taking home a 50 to 60K score this weekend would allow me to do that very thing.
I mean, they basically
Very
tracked
good.
every
Well,
hands in the switch,
I
and then they
will
had
be
a movement button
manifesting for you. I
tracking.
hope you bring it home, and then look forward to seeing you out there in Vegas, man.
Oh, yeah.
Go out and get a nice steak dinner.
Final three, I'm going out to Vegas. I'll say that. Doesn't have to be first place. Final three, I'm coming.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Make it happen.
Absolutely.
All right. King high two-tone board here. It's going to be the pair of fours for Mitch in the lead. He's going to make the call of 75 after OFC takes a stab at it with the jack three of spades. Zero equity. Going to shut it down here with a check down on the turn. And Mitch going to check it back. Flush draws on board, neither of which complete.
And we got a shot.
And OFC going to go for a bet check bet on two flush draw board. I guess he can have a king 9 or something every once in a while, but yeah, Mitch makes the relatively easy call here, and we'll ship the Sherbert.
Yeah, another little suited kind of trashy hand, but hits a pair and improves to two pair with a king kicker there. And pretty easy call there. That small bet OFC put out on the river. There you go. Mitch is at the top of the VPIP once again. He is not disappointing. He's at 52% tonight.
Yeah, he's going to need to pump those rookie numbers up, though, to get to the point he was at previously. I think he said, what, 57, 58% or something?
No, he was at 68 and 70. It was ridiculous. And there was a player that was close to him, too. It was awesome last week. They were getting involved.
That'd be news to me.
I think our lowest last week was 38.
Wow.
Those were our nits. Our nits last week were at 38 and 40%.
Oh, that must have been a great game.
Yeah, I mean, it was. The cards didn't quite cooperate at the start of the show, but, I mean, they were playing hands, that's for sure.
Was it a lot of calling, though, or was there a lot of 3-betting and 4-betting going on?
I mean, there was definitely some three betting, not a ton of four betting. You know, big battles back and forth, but I don't know. You know me, I'm 44 years old. I forget things. I got short-term memory loss.
Well, we watch a lot of this game, so you know, and play a lot, so it all kind of blends together.
It does blend together.
People ask me about a hand that I played like a couple hours previously. They're like, "So what did you have in that hand where the board was like 9-8 deuce?" And I'm just like, I look at them and I'm like, I don't remember that fucking hand. Like, what?
Yeah.
It
has to be significant.
Over there.
It has to be significant for me to remember. You know.
Yeah.
6-hour session. I have no freaking clue.
Yeah. Jack of spades on the turn. Double gutty here for Mitch. He's going to stab 275. JD picking up the second pair, top kicker. With the jack of diamonds, perhaps a relevant card, depending on the ripper. So he makes the call, and Doc Hollywood will let go of his gutty. Heads up, we go to a river, and it's another diamond, a board pairing 7. So JD will finish with the best of it. But Mitch here, pot of 1240 in front of him, and the betting lead. Is he going to go for it? Reaching for chips. And with what he's got in hand, this might be a little bit too small. He goes back to the well, finds some more black chips, and makes it a little bit more expensive for JD to hero call.
Yeah, he's like, he added that extra 200. That may sway it, but I think he was getting snapped if he put about 400 out there.
Yeah, I guess he had 575 lined up, right? If it was just 200 more he added. So 575, yeah, I think is a very clear call. 775 though, it's a bet of a little over half pot, so not quite 2/3.
I don't know.
The diamonds get there.
I want to find out. Do I want to find out?
The odd, like, random 7 gets there. JD is seemingly a non-believer, but also doesn't love.
We have to watch the stream.
Can I show me before I call? Is that help? That help a lot, actually.
Then you won't call.
Oh, then you won't call. Of course it's a bluff.
And I'm in color.
Good to know. Good to know.
Biggins as well, yeah.
Nice little bit of speech play there. Mitch giving it right back to JD, who was trying to fish for a little bit of information. And Mitch was like, well, if I show you, you won't call. And, you know, really kind of exuded the confidence that JD thought he wanted to hear to make the fold. And it gets shown the 10 high
All I
bluff.
needed was 8.
Mine looks super funny.
Or a queen.
Yeah, mine aren't going to right time.
You what?
Or a queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is so. Oh,
Of course, we've said before on this stream, you don't make a ton of money trying to bluff JD, but that time he got it through. Went with just the right sizing to get JD to fold down second pair there.
Yeah. Slick Ric here squeezing on the button with the 4-3 suited. Mitch cold calling from the straddle. Pocket 6 is going to flop effective. Third pair. And Slick Ric with a full-blown nothing burger. He's got 3 to a straight and nut low.
So basically, everybody was continuing to play, so he was like, he had to go. Can't remember.
Checks it back and does now pick up an up and downer. Spicy turn card.
What a bad card the 6 would be. Of course, to put a one-liner out there for a 9 high straight as well.
It's not even on.
Bombs this 2/3, which is a nice size, really. I mean, when the pre-flop aggressor checks and you're a cold caller from the field, you know, this is definitely more your board, you would presume. He's going to slow it down with a check here on the end, giving perhaps an opportunity for Slick Ric to either just bluff at this to get called down with the sort of bluff catcher, or
350.
oh, well, definitely for that size.
I can beat that.
4 high, he says.
Yeah, I guess Slick there just hoping that Mitch is on some kind of dusty, I don't know, 10 jack or something that's just bricked out and he can just get it pulled with, you know, this tiny little bet.
No, because he snapped
It does feel really, really good when you just like bet tiny on the river and your opponent has already decided that they're folding, and it doesn't matter that you bet this tiny little insignificant amount. They just pitch their cards in without thinking about it, and you're like, "Hey, we got him with the 4 high."
Yeah, that always feels better than the snap call.
Oh, absolutely.
Shot miss.
The Rounders jumping in here saying, howdy, Texans. Where are you watching from, Rounders?
Yeah, welcome. And thank you to everybody who is tuned in and checking us out here on this fine Tuesday evening. 175 of you fine folks across all of our streaming platforms on TCH Live. If you would help us out, if you're on YouTube, hit that like button. Hang out with us again. Hit the subscribe button and come back for all of our future broadcasts. We've always got good content coming at you here live on the YouTubes, live on
That was just a little
Twitch,
warm-up.
Kick,
Just test the water.
X, Facebook Live.
Exactly how I felt about that.
We're all over the place. Mitch and Scott mixing it up here.
I know this game.
5-4 going to have a hard time to take this one away from the pocket 9 and will not come anywhere close to even an attempt at that, as the hand is already over.
10:45.
Again, I'm here to help. That's it.
Last time in the even bigger one, Aaron, I know we had one gentleman, I think, bought in 17 times to this. So that is how we ended up with over 1,418 entries was actually the total, 1,418. That's how many entries we had in the even bigger one this last month. So we're going to try to top that one this time. Hopefully that same individual will fire like crazy.
Yeah, it could be somebody else. You know, let that guy get through on like 2 this time.
You know, my golden rule in these tournaments, I usually like to fire just once, but if I bust early, I'll go straight to the cash table, try to win that buy-in back. And if I do, I fire again. Okay. And fortunately, the action is so good in Dallas that it's pretty easy to do that. Doesn't always happen, but...
Do you tell everybody when you come to the table, like, I'm trying to hit and run you guys for a buy-in into this tournament right now?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
Oh, you let them figure it out after you've won and backed it up, and you're like, all right, guys, I'm back to the tournament. Thanks. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I mean, even the times that I bust, I make it through enough levels to where I wait to buy in another flight. So I usually just, you know, I'll just go enjoy a day of cash, you know, and play in a different flight, either the later one that evening or the next day.
That's why I put in a big hand, too. And then he had
Right
raised.
out.
So I'm
Yeah,
like,
but, you know, there's always cash games. So if you get frustrated at tournament play, just go play some cash and
that ace queen
grind it
of
back
diamonds.
on up. Fire again, make it feel like you're free rolling.
Oh my god, I had ace queen of diamonds.
Mitch here going to
I
bet
said it's the
the
biggest
second
fold.
pair.
It's pre-flop.
I know what you
Gets
said.
called by the Jack 9.
I remember my
That
friend
does not
OC. I
improve for
remember.
Slick Ric. It's going to be a double pair of board here. Mitch with
No matter
the
what,
Full house.
second full house, and Slick
That's what I had.
quickly checks it back. He's like, I am not trying to take a stab at this. I don't care if you got a counterfeited 8. I am done with it.
Respect your elders, boy. Don't bluff at him again. He gonna snap you off.
Yes. That's like, that was kind of like a family bonfire.
Yeah.
Almost
Bingo.
everybody was in.
Bingo.
Bingo.
There he
It
goes.
makes sense.
Mitch
The
is up
oldest
to
person ever won
60% now.
Because it was bingo.
Oh, he's got that single finger out.
Hang on just a second. I need my bag. Where's my bag? Okay, it's right there. Just checking.
You know, he told me when you walked up, he goes, man, that guy plays pretty good for his age.
Yep.
Yeah, corpses can walk.
Well, you know,
Kids these days.
on the cell block, we used to play cards all the time. They were homemade cards.
Still work.
You always knew exactly where the spades were because the way they were made. But
Definitely a fun, diverse crew, cast of characters tonight. Different ages and backgrounds. Ought to make for an entertaining
My
stream.
chip, I don't need it.
Hope y'all are enjoying it so far. We're an hour in. We got 4 hours left.
Can't reach them. That's not,
They don't go in the pot.
they don't go in the pot.
3 players. Check.
Jack 8 tray, rainbow flop here. No one connecting besides John. Checks through, 10 on the turn. No improvement for Benham or Mitch. And John here, I mean, his hand, yeah, doesn't really need to bet. I mean, it doesn't. If he gets called, he's like almost certainly behind.
50. Fold.
7 on the end. Mitch is gonna try a Slick Ric here. Bets 50 into 260, and John is like, I am not folding.
Can't fault the guy for trying.
A larger size for sure is gonna put an 8 in a tough spot, but yeah. Checks through twice and then 50 on the river.
Mid game.
I don't think you have a 9, dude. Pretty sure you don't have a 9.
Tequila,
Yeah.
a little bit of wine.
And just like that, Nit Button's coming back out.
Never water. Never water.
Never water.
Range water.
No.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah. I thought it was a hydrant.
Not sure if he's tuned in, but want to give a shout out to Randy 3Coin. Of course, we always see his gear here on set, but saw him today on the socials. He was part of a torch off contest where he got to be the judge, and he was living his best life as some lovely ladies were dancing for Randy 3Coin. So he clearly is not missing us very much. I said, clearly you're not going to be on our stream tonight, but we know he's here in spirit and always represented with his brand. So if you're not following already, check out Randy 3Coin, 3Coin on the socials, on the old Instagrams.
3 players.
So these, JD, he found a bottle of
All right, 10-10-4, two-tone.
back in the days called OFC.
Got a 75 here
The letters
from
O, F, and C.
Scott
He wanted to buy a bottle
with
for me.
ace high.
So
Both
he looked
Walker
up the
and
price
Mitch have
online,
connected
it
with
was
this board though, and they will both make the call.
Oh, my card fun.
Sent to the
10 of
lake.
spades on the turn. Perhaps a card that Scott
That's
would
the
be
funniest
like,
shit ever. Then this,
I don't know, maybe
this
I
guy
should
goes on
continue
eBay and
repping this
finds the
sometimes,
price for
try to
an
get a
empty
4
bottle of
pocket
OFC.
5s or something to
The
fold,
same
but
bottle, but
no,
it's
snap
just
shuts
bottle.
it down. We get to
It was
a
like
river,
60
3
or 70
diamonds.
bucks.
Oh,
So we're gonna
oh
buy
no,
that bottle
Walker.
and fill it up.
Walker hoping
Somebody
someone
bet
is going to
that.
take a stab at this. Checks once more. And
I was gonna bet my own hand.
I'm not sure he's getting a call from Mitch, but I also don't know that Mitch should fold for
Yeah.
anything reasonable.
Yeah, for sure.
You're a Hollywood call.
Especially after the king was checked as well. Not going to put many people on kings in the blinds there.
Wasting your time.
But Walker still going to feel good about not losing the Nit Button game twice in a row.
Yeah, that is the truth.
Yeah, and pour it with something. It's just for the fun anyway.
We had a player last week who lost it 2 or 3 in a row. I know he lost it 3 or 4 times total throughout the night, and they decided they were going to name the new game after him. It was pretty tilted.
Oh God, yeah, that sounds awful.
Let's see scotch, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, the Nit game can bury you if you run bad in it. That is for sure.
I do. I have
They
too many
texted
sitting
you.
around.
If they texted you like, hey, I got this $8,000 bottle. You're the guy. Let me tell you about
I know I'm the guy, unfortunately,
I got you labeled.
but I've been trying to take it easy.
All right, Mitch here lining up another V-pip. 200
Cigars, right?
on the $50 straddle. JD Jack 8 of diamonds, and he is reaching for 3 betting chips.
3 raise, 600.
600 now is the wager. Doc hard blocking JD's straight flush outs, as is Mitch with the 10 of diamonds. So not going to see
So 21.
a flush for JD very likely, but Mitch is going to call. Wow. 4x open, gets 3 bet, excuse me, 3 bet next act, and still makes the call. And JD, while he was actually behind, is no longer flopping 2 pair. And is Mitch about to donk lead into
He is
ace-8?
absolutely voluntarily putting money into the pot.
Wow, and a huge wager. What is this?
He opened it up for us.
1,400? This is the sort of play that you just don't run into all the time,
That's not what you
right? Like,
That's not what you bring. It's like whenever it comes over.
no one's doing this in a standard like format where everyone is like mostly approaching the game from like, okay, I'm out of position, I don't have the betting lead, so I'm checking 100%, even if I have an ace, right? Like, hell no, just bombing it for over pot when it comes ace, ace,
Saturday
eight.
there's no game.
Yeah, very, very polarizing, you know, on a flop.
I don't know.
Oh, he gets it to fold. And it makes sense because what the hell does this?
Leave it there. Leave it there.
Poker games on.
That's the second time that Mitch has absolutely soul-owned JD with these sort of unorthodox plays. The first time was with 10 high, this time with queen high.
And I think that's the time you're gonna have that.
And obviously JD is in a position where it's like, okay, I call an overbet on a flop ace, ace, 8. I'm never improving on the turn. Like, okay, give me a jack, yay. Like, if he was bluffing, my hand doesn't really feel any better, right? Like, it's just still scary if he bets anything. So, what, you just hope that he shuts it down?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm folding jack 8 there for sure. And then you just get shown the queen, like, yeah, get wrecked, son. You know, like, oh, it hurts. Leave me alone, Dad.
That queen 10 hits the queen or 10.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that was definitely tough. I heard JD tell him that was smooth, man. That was smooth. So we might see a little something between these two players. JD gets a lot of respect at the table. He's, you know, kind of the Don, as he's, you know, been our guy on the stream for a long, long time and has run really well for the most part. So getting a couple of big bluffs through against JD says something.
Yeah, very true. Benham here with a super nuts. Gonna get rid of his nip button. Doesn't win any more money other than what's in the middle, but still a pretty good result for him. Mitchell in the chat says, good run the other day, AA Ron, tough at the end. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. It absolutely was. I mean, you know, you go back and, as the player, you go back and you see that the guy was bluffing you, and of course you sort of lament the fold, and then of course the impending result not too shortly thereafter, as I didn't win a single hand after that. But you know, you just do the best that you can. You live and you learn. You take what you can from it, and try to be better the next time. But I'm not even sure that
He was the first
I
one.
thought you just got here.
the fold is bad.
Yeah,
I just really don't. I think it was
That's how
pretty
memorable
reasonable.
I've been.
Just an unfortunate spot, right? Like,
couldn't tell which hands they were.
guy calls
No, I
the
mean,
4-bet
he
out of
just got here
position
after we
with
started the
suited
mid-
3-gapper,
second
and then
I think if you
just YOLOs it into an ace-high board against a 4-better. It's a crazy play. Like, nobody ever does that as a bluff. I've never seen it as a bluff.
Everyone thinks you didn't.
And he did.
I should have
So
just thrown it back by your.
kudos to him, and
it was crazy.
congratulations to him for winning too.
It was crazy, but heck of a run, like Mitchell said. Mr. McAvoy on another final table. Love seeing it. Hopefully, one day we'll get you on the final table here, TCH Dallas. But seeing you pop up all over the place on final tables is exciting because it gives me something to root for. So I was with Mitchell and everybody else that was tuned in on that other stream, we'll say, down there in Austin, and
Careful what you wish for, Mitch. Careful.
they
what
put
you-
a good stream on. No slight there, man. But it was fun to see you on there, and it's great to see those guys talk kindly about you too, man, because you were really putting on a clinic there before you kind of ran into it there at the end. But
Yeah, no, it was really fun. Absolutely, and hopefully I'll be back on some live streams before you know it. And as you said, up there in Dallas would be fantastic. It's actually been, you know, a couple of months since I've been up there for a poker series. So hopefully after the sort of summer World Series sort of comes to an end, the big series will come back to Dallas, and I'll be up there hanging out with you and running deep.
nice. Good call here by Walker with third pair here. Doc Holliday put out a little bluff there, try to get him off of any sort of a pair hand. And
Nice goal.
We needled him into that one. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
good hand there for him. Yeah, I'm curious too when the new Austin location opens up, Aaron, what kind of maybe kind of opening weekend meetup games or tournament series that TCH puts on, and you know, if so, love to come down there as well.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting time. I don't know all of what's in the works as far as sort of opening promotions and what kind of you know, tournaments and things are going to be on offer, but I'm really looking forward to it. I think the new room is going to be very nice, sort of emulating the vibe of the Las Colinas location up there in Dallas, and should just be a really cool place to go and spend time as a poker player, right? Like, you can get drinks, you can get food. Really nice atmosphere with, of course, always the top when it comes to staff and
Folding aces pre-flop.
just environment
It was like
for
it was
poker
like people
social
that
club
or
here in
these
Texas. So
the
really
plan was
looking
like, it
forward
was
to
people
it.
that ran
Can't
up
wait
like
till
a
it's open
massive
and
stack
hope to
at
see all of
like
you guys
2 or
down there
2.5, and
when
they
it
wanted to get
does.
it
You
in,
know,
like,
anybody
10
in the
cans.
Austin area, of course, I think going to be definitely coming over to check us out. And then, you know, hopefully we get some folks in from out of town too. You know, anytime there's a new room opening, there's always some good deals to be had, you know, in terms of getting some hours booked up or banked up to, you know, come in from out of town and spend a weekend, you know, getting some food specials, some drink specials, and all of that. So, yeah, really, really cool stuff that I expect to be right around the corner.
Absolutely.
150 is the best.
Doc Holliday gonna try to take this one down with third pair. It's on the button. JD's hit second pair. Probably not going to give him credit for many aces here, so he's going to come along.
Yeah, I only have one. Like,
Yeah, this is more like some sort of turn, straight draw, flush draw, whatnot. Ace on the end really going to solidify this for JD if he even faced a bet. But yeah, Doc not going to go for it with the jack. Doesn't get called by worse, and JD will take it down.
Makes you wish you had ace there too.
Yeah, and for those not familiar with the TCH OG location down there in Austin, that is what, the northwest area of Austin?
Yeah, northwest, just a little bit south of Cedar Park, but
Yeah.
still definitely Austin. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know last time I came in and caught you at the current location, I noticed there was a lot of hotels in that area, so a lot of places to stay if you don't have friends or family down there.
That's what the people were claiming. Yeah.
A lot of
Like, when I was
restaurants
talking about from today, somebody,
and
like, folded
places
the nuts straight on
to
the
hang
turn.
out around there as well.
I've
So
seen the same thing. I've seen
Because
Good
they just
spot.
didn't want to get it in, like,
Yeah, one place in particular I know I've sort of hyped them up before. But if you're a barbecue lover, which most people here in the state of Texas are, and you come down and hang out with us, just right down the road is Interstellar Barbecue, and I cannot rave enough about them. The pork belly is fantastic. Everything they do is fantastic, but got to try the pork belly. Although I personally myself ask them to hold off on extra peach glaze because it's a little bit too sweet for my liking, but absolutely delicious stuff. Slick Ric here getting after it with the 7 deuce on the button, trying to give Walker the business. And Mitch is like, oh, well, you forgot about me because I'm B-pipping infinite and I have jack 10 off.
He thought about it.
he thought about it though, but like. He was just like,
Here,
yeah, he
who has rebought after the felting that he took earlier. Just won a nice hand a moment ago, chipped himself up to nearly 6,000. He's going to make the call with the 9.
If he wants to call.
And Slick Ric is like, oh great, I guess I need an all-spade flop, and I get a pair of 7s instead.
yeah, they do have the 7 deuce game going now on top of the knit button game. I don't know if it's going to be concurrent, but Slick Ric is definitely not going anywhere now that he's hit a pair in position with the 7 dewey.
Yeah, the curious thing now is, you know, sort of how do you approach this spot? And yeah, I like this. He goes for the small bet. It's sort of, it's a protection bet, right? Like, he actually has something now. It's not like he's bluffing, so he doesn't need to try to, you know, really blast his opponents out of there. The flip side of it is that, like, he blocks any of the other better 7s. So the small size is really just like, he was going to get called by a queen anyways, and In this instance, he is going to not hold out the middling pocket pairs, so it does get called by the 9s and is still behind.
I played when someone's done that.
I'm sure.
And after the 3 of hearts peels off,
Guy with the beard, kind of wild.
perhaps going to be a little bit tough for Slick Ric.
Similar hand on the turn. And
If he
had a
checks
gutter
this back, or
and
if he
flush draw, and
just put on the gas and sizes
20x
up.
pot, and he nailed it.
It's fine. Whatever.
Check.
Yeah, there's the check back. Does make a lot of sense.
I turned it over.
Feels like you're just barking up the wrong tree. Your opponent's just going to have like king, queen, jack a lot. And, you know, like, what are you just going to barrel and hope to God that, you know, they find the fold?
When somebody's drawing super thin, runs it
One more overcard to the 9s for Walker, but the 10 is really not the card that you're particularly concerned about as far as pairs go.
I got you.
A lot of guys wild
And you
bluffing
hard
in
block
there.
the 8,
And they
9,
know
so
that the
you're not
result's
too
gonna
worried
be-
about the straight
Yeah.
either. Yeah,
Less likely
I
to
think
get
Walker
called.
could
got you.
comfortably
They
call
know they can run it
a
twice.
reasonable size on the river should he face it,
They can kind of get hyper aggressive
Yeah.
while he'll hit the
Yeah,
board.
fair,
but
fair,
doesn't
fair.
happen.
I think that's a
Yeah, I was thinking the bomb on the river is the only way that
That's my thought. Exactly.
Slick Ric gets that through, and an oversized bet there. Make Walker really uncomfortable. Anything other than that, I think he just
Nobody with 6
puts
kids
the money out there.
Not possible.
That's fair.
There's no such thing.
Ask,
Yeah, look at that there. Mitch's pre-flop raising is at
He's got more than
6%.
6 though, I think.
I got 13.
But his
Nobody
VPIP
with that many grandkids is really.
way up there at 60%.
Goes
So
above 60.
Yeah, but he gives him better.
I know, he gives you a brick of them.
That is always an interesting style to play against, particularly when you will see this very passive pre-flop play and then they just like donk for over pot on an ace-8 type flop texture. It's just, how do you play against this? You just have no idea what they have. You just like hold on
250.
for dear life. Do you just like always raise because they're just playing so many hands passively? And I don't know. It's tough. You just don't really experience that very often. Benham here is going to try to give an experience to these players with pocket jacks, raising to 700.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
Mitch does have a premium this time.
We moved to Frisco. Oh, nice. Yeah, aren't you in there? Yeah.
He is all in.
Grove.
Is that what I heard? Oh no, sorry.
See, I thought I heard it too, but he just shot out about 2K, I guess.
2,000.
Sick cooler. I'm gonna tell that bad beat story to my friends. Yeah, I mean.
All right, going to come back to Benham, and he's going to have to decide, does he want to basically flip for his remaining 4K against a man who has, as we've just talked about, only raised 6% of hands. So this raise looks very strong. He's also watched Mitch run over JD, so yeah, he's like, nah, this guy is not going to get me. He is not going to get me. I'm all in, and Mitch snaps him, and Benham's probably like, oh, God.
You never know.
What's going on?
I love the oopsie. Turning dip on
You can have live cards.
All right.
One, two,
Are we doing it once?
Mitch is one time. Yeah.
One time. Here we go.
He says the biggest ass.
So far, so good for Benham.
Oh, the king.
Disaster on the turn for Benham, and Mitch's run good continues.
I got it.
He says, I got it.
I got
He
it. Let me
doesn't.
just reach
He's
over
like,
there.
you don't need to count this shit. I got it.
Let me pull all those chips over my way. So I just continue to crush the live stream here at TCH Dallas.
Next dealer's coming in.
And what a final hand for Brandy there, as we're about to have a new dealer. Great job, Brandy.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Some sort of sober looks on the faces of some of these players. There's some smiles coming out now, but you definitely see that, you know, whenever you have someone that plays really unorthodox and they just keep getting there in the big spots, it starts to take an emotional toll on everyone at the table. They're just kind of like, damn, like I don't know, man. It's tough to play against this guy, and he's running good. So
Yeah.
it's like, shit.
That's
When
the
is
big thing. That when they run good too, and you don't have a clue what they're doing on any given hand, in any given position at the table, it definitely makes for a tough opponent. And that's the great part about poker is not everybody plays face up. Whether they're young or old, there's a lot of different styles of hold'em, and Mitch is showing us that he can play a little bit of everything. Give him a premium and he'll rip it. give him some trash, and he might rip that too.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Hui Wen joining us in the chat says tough hand with C2 the other day. You were yelling at me through the TV for me to call. Yeah,
So was
I got that from
damn
a
it.
couple of people. Yeah, and yeah, I mean,
See in the cards.
yeah. Well, in the moment too. I mean, let's be honest. Like in the moment, my first gut reaction was to just snap it in there. Just nope, we're doing it. We're going for it. And then I started thinking about it, and I went through and I convinced myself I'm going to have a lot of ace king. I'm going to have some ace queen, maybe even some ace four suited. Right? Like I have a lot of good hands here. I'm the 4 better against the chip leader. Like I have so many good hands, and I very rarely am going for it with the ace 9-0. So I'm just like, if I don't fold this, then I call with everything. And this dude doesn't have enough bluffs for me to be calling with everything. You're right. So I talked myself into it. I think from a principled standpoint, I don't hate it, but yeah, would have been my tournament had I found the call there instead.
It no
That's
doubt
just the
would
way
have
it goes,
been, but yeah, that's the way poker goes.
But thank you for tuning in, Hui, and thanks for those words.
We'll take spades.
Got a new dealer here. This is Darren. He's going to be putting out this PLO flip here. $900 going to the winner.
Blue 7. I got that too. I kind of like that flop.
I need a jack ball for
Yeah, and for those wondering, all this tournament talk, we've been talking to Aaron. The other big stream that goes on in the city of Austin, the other card room. We'll just say that. Great guys, actually. They put on a big tournament. You can catch it on their live stream. Aaron was at the final table. And you can actually see Mr. McAvoy. He's actually stepped out, so he doesn't get to hear me bragging on him. But you can watch Aaron really put on a clinic. He ended up in a really tough spot. And that's the particular hand that Hui Wen and Mitch and I have been talking about throughout the last couple of minutes here. But you want to watch Aaron play some just amazing poker before he ran into that particular spot on this final table. I recommend it.
8 people on the table say give it to me.
It's okay, bro.
One person.
And I, like you, Hui, I was yelling at the TV for Aaron to make the call. Don't hate the fold either, you know, all things considered. Very rare in a tournament that you see the two big stacks going at it the way that the two of them were. Of course, the small stacks are loving it because they know they've got a chance to ladder up if shit hits the fan between the two big stacks. But I really think Aaron would have just walked his way to the championship had you know, that situation been a little different there. But either way, he made another great run. Aaron's on a heater with tournaments in Texas so far this year after winning over 100,000 recently. Still picked up a cool 7K plus in that tourney. So if you haven't checked it out, check out that other live stream down in Austin and watch that final table that was put out just a day ago.
Ooh, Scott waking up with the ladies here under the gun. And another ace-king sighting.
Oh,
OFC
wow,
this
yeah.
time. Suited variety.
Some more blood about to happen here. Mitch will
Oh,
probably
my
be putting
goodness.
in some money in this one too. Now that he's chipped up to over 11,000.
He's got that little bumblebee hanging out there, sandwiched between some greens and blacks on top. Scott rips it
Give me more trips this summer.
to the tune of 6,000. OFC here now faced with the prospect of calling off his stack with ace high.
But I don't think I can squeeze it in. Yeah.
Wrong moves all day.
You go just for fun or for WSP?
I don't know that OFC
maybe one or the other.
is the kind of guy that folds ace king
It's
suited.
hard to mix the trips, I feel like. Yeah. It's like either a poker strip or it's a
Unless you're going for longer than you want to go for.
Yeah. Stuff like that I would probably
It's actually
still play.
getting even a better sort of deal, right? That Mitch has committed the 700 to the pot.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
like, even if I'm up against kings, there's that little bit of extra money in the middle that kind of makes my 30% feel a little bit better. And maybe I'm up against the queens or the jacks, and I've got, you know, the sort of traditional flip here with the extra dead money, making it a little bit sweeter. So I don't know.
I'm going for a week with friends.
Ace King suited just feels like just one of those hands that you just kind of die on that hill with. See if OFC agrees.
Yeah, and he's definitely played with Scott before. Scott doesn't normally just get completely out of line with small pairs and, you know, random holdings. So there's definitely a sign of strength here for that kind of money. And that big of a bet there from Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it's always clear when this kind of dynamic comes about that, like, your opponent isn't bluffing, right? They may be overvaluing a hand, or they may be, you know, just sort of YOLOing with, you know, ace king off or ace queen suited or something that, like, you're doing really, really well against. But, like, they're never just bluffing, right? They've got something, and your hand needs to improve to beat that a lot of the time, unless, of course, you're up against the ace king of your opponent, at which point you're in a pretty good spot. But Scott also feeling pretty confident over there. You know, you see him kind of moving around.
Ooh.
And that is going to be a fold. Ace king suited in the muck pre-flop. Wow. Don't see that every day.
6,300. 6305.
And he folded the ace queen of diamonds earlier, too. He's just, like, being put in these spots where he's just, like, throwing up. Wow, is Mitch thinking about
Is Mitch
calling?
really thinking about calling here?
He's got the bumblebee lined up. He puts it back on the stack. This is for half of the stack that he has just accumulated. With king high, I don't think you should ever be doing this, but he is contemplating it. He might be your huckleberry here, Scott. Okay, now he's folding.
I mean, I think he's folding.
Give me a second, guys.
He says, give me a second. Well, while he's thinking, you know, the fact that he's in the hand, you know, do you ever think that OFC is considering, you know, maybe he's got a king, an ace in his hand, and I have to have those cards to beat whatever Scott's ripping it with? I mean, is that in question at all? Is he thinking about potential outs, you know, being held by another opponent who's willing to stick 700 in there?
I wouldn't really put too much weight on that because
Right.
Mitch just called. Yeah, it could be ace queen or king queen, which it is. But a lot of times, at least in my experience, when someone cold calls like this from the blind or the straddle, it's because they've got something like pocket nines.
Yeah, eights, nines,
or pocket tens or something, and it feels like it's too good to fold, so they, and like too weak to 4-bet, right? So those are the kind of hands that just oftentimes come in there. But it definitely can be the king-queen suited, the ace-queen suited. I mean, those are very real, but whether or not you judge your decision for folding based on whether or not you're going to be losing one out against the all-in player, I don't think that's like the relevant calculation. It's really just about Scott. It's like, does Scott have enough, like, queens, jacks, tens, question mark, right? And ace king for me to put this money in and be like, all right, like, I'm flipping or chopping a lot. And then when he does have aces and kings, like, so be it. I've got spades and connectors, you know, like, that's the decision that you should be making. And I think a lot of players, right, like, when you think about it that way, you're like, okay, there's a lot of that stuff that I have really strong equity against. And then the small fraction of the time that it's aces and kings, I'm just like way behind, but at least I'm suited. I don't know. Most people are going with it there, I think, but OFC has shown that, you know, he's got discipline and he's not just going to punch all those chips in the middle.
We're seeing now the ace-queen of diamonds and the ace-king of spades go into the muck pre-flop for OFC.
I'm going to vote for ace-jack of hearts being folded next by OFC at some point tonight.
I'll take the clubs.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I already owe you a Taco Bell meal, so what
Hey,
the
I thought
hell?
you were taking me somewhere nice.
Okay, fine. Sonic
You
happy
thought I
hour.
forgot.
Sonic
You thought
happy hour it is.
Sonic Happy Hour. Ooh,
No, I
corn
I
dog.
knew in my head. I just had to say Taco Bell because I know that's your shit. You know.
I say that.
That's your weakness when you do decide to eat terrible.
I hate the name.
This is true, but you know, you don't really have to like wine and dine me. my friend. We can go somewhere middle of the road.
Yeah.
Not Taco.
That's why he has
You're gonna get.
I thought you had a place in mind. Anyways, I thought there was like there was something you were gonna.
No,
you
I think
thought
I was
would-
just gonna up the game a little bit and you know do like some real tacos somewhere instead of trash tacos. You know.
5 more minutes.
Yeah, trash melons.
It feels like.
So I don't really get tacos at Taco Bell very often. Well, I guess I get the double. What do they call it? The double stack taco. That one's pretty good.
Got to tell you about my Taco Bell score here in a second after this hand. Well, I'll tell it anyway. I was up here at work the other night, and we had somebody deliver Taco Bell here, and they were out of state. They accidentally kept the delivery location at TCH Dallas when they were out of state. And so I'm at work and starving, and a bag shows up with 3 steak quesadillas, a chicken quesadilla, 2 cheesy gordita crunches, a 5-layer burrito, and like 2 other things. And I was the only one that really wanted it. I think I gave away one of the cheesy gordita crunches, but I ended up with like $30 of Taco Bell and ate on that for 2 days. It was nice.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Or do we need to take you to the hospital for any sort of residual checkup? I don't know. I'm concerned for you, my friend.
We're gonna make it. We got a good one here, though. We'll get back to my derriere here in a minute with John H. flopping top pair and Doc Hollywood saying hello with the pocket foes.
Yeah, pretty nice spot here. John, though, when he sort of sees the action that is most likely to unfold here, I don't think the Queen 10 going to get him into too much trouble. Mitch making the call on the button with the red 3s. And Hollywood here going to Hollywood a little bit. Did you see that look? It was like pained. And, you know.
With a grunt.
Oh, do I really want to do this? I guess I call, guys.
He even let out the Taco Bell grunt that I did. The deuce 5. Okay, somebody folded the deuce 5. Thank goodness.
What a turn. Yeah, deuce 5 would have been in a real bad way, but Mitch picks up an up and downer here, floating the button. And Doc Hollywood goes from, do I really want to call this, to leading for 1K into 1765. This looks real strong. And John has got to be asking himself, should I ever be continuing with Queen 10 kicker here?
He is perplexed, but he's going to continue.
Between Doc Hollywood and Mitch, the play here tonight has been very just like unorthodox and perplexing for these guys. And yeah, we're continuing to see big bloated pots with hands that would not traditionally be in there. Mitch makes the call, closing the action with nearly $4,800 in the middle. It's an 8 of spades on the end. Doc Hollywood holds on with the flopped set of 4s. Doesn't have to wonder about, you know, did the 3 of clubs peel off or something on the river, or did the, you know, 6 of hearts, something just truly awful. Instead, it's a nice, lovely 8 of spades. You can confidently bet 2,000. And John now going to shake his head. I think he is realizing that Queen 10 probably should have been a fold on the turn, but this is now for everything he's got left. He's committed so much.
Yeah, it was 2K into 4,700. Pot's now bloated to 67.65. John just with 2K left.
And he's still got Mitch behind him, right? Like,
right. Oh, he makes the call.
Yeah.
It's
understandable. In some sense, he doesn't have any clubs, right? And he's sort of hoping that Doc maybe had something. I don't know.
Looks like it was under 2K too, Aaron. He had 1,400 left, so maybe made a little bit more sense after he called that big 2K. He just went with a what the hell and put it in there.
Yeah, well, it was the lead for 1,000, so he called the 1,000, leaving himself 1,400. That's a little curious right there, right? Like the 2 flush draws come in, this guy sort of begrudgingly makes the call, and then donk leads for 1,000. Like if you think he's on something like ace 5 of clubs, it's like front door flush draw, picks up a pair or whatever, and just YOLOs it. Like
that means better hands.
I feel like he just stuffed it, but
sounded like a
yeah. I mean, Doc may be a little unorthodox in some ways, but you know, putting out a big 2K bet into 2 opponents, you know, just felt really strong and not bluffy to me. But
yeah, helps when we can see the cards, but you're absolutely right. It's you just so many of these decisions have been outside of the norm that we've seen JD get owned twice, right, by bluffs, by his neighbor, and then John there. I mean, I'm not saying that he got owned. He had top pair, right? Like
for sure.
I mean, he just sort of held on for dear life, and it was the wrong time to do it.
Thomas Musgrave in the chat, commenting about last week's stream, said we need Muskie and Rob back in the game. We'll get that 7-deuce win. Yeah, Rob was the one who unfortunately had the nit game not go his way. I think 3 times they decided they were going to name it the Rob game. He just ran terrible. It wasn't playing bad or anything, but they had a fun stream last week and had some beers going and some trash talking across the table. It was definitely a fun one, Thomas. Hopefully we'll get those guys back on. It was really a stream full of new faces. I think we had 6 new players last week, Aaron. So hopefully we'll get some of those guys back and you'll get to check it out.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We have middle of the deck heavily represented, checks through on the ace-queen tray, monotone flop. King of hearts on the turn. We're still checking. Nobody wants to take a stab at this. And another Broadway card pairing the board with the queen of hearts comes off, and we're still checking down. We've got 10 high winning this.
That's 10 high, right?
10 high
So good at this game.
is the nuts.
Did it go check?
Yeah, and like these sorts of things, like Benham there, I think it just sort of made up his mind that he's like, I'm just not even fucking around here. But like, when it checks to him repeatedly, he has to bet with the 9 high and the spade, like in hand. I don't know. That's my opinion, but
last act too would have made sense there. I think.
Yeah, the board pairs the queen. Like if somebody actually made trip queens, like they're for sure betting there. It checks to you one more time. Like you can have the queen because like queen just had some showdown value. Sure, now you got trips. Bet for a little value, right? Make it look like you're going for a little value, half pot or whatever. And
yep. You get bombed on, you just let it go.
Yeah, but you know. Also understandable to have some super shutdowns and just be done with it, but the dynamic of how the hand plays out is really where we get our information to make decisions, right? In the hold'em game, you've got pre-flop, flop, turn, and river, right? You've got 4 independent sort of information gathering sessions, if you will, and you know you really should be utilizing those to the maximum. Benham right back on the horse though, 9-8 once again, this time 9 spades.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna get the job done. Says, I'm not gonna make this mistake again, Aaron. I hear
right.
you from the future / the past, whatever. And
/ the past, wherever you're commentating from.
Hold him down.
Then there were 3. We got what? John, Slick Ric,
he cut his dreads off.
and OFC with the nit
They
buttons.
said like, yeah.
Being on offense with long hair sounds
They
wrong.
said that if it's part of your body, they can grab it.
No, exactly, yeah.
Yet to see a 7-deuce win or take a hand to showdown, so not 100% sure if that game is on concurrently with the nit butt game, but did see a 7-deuce folded just a little bit ago, so maybe not when they got the nit button game going.
Yeah, it could be a case of one or the other.
I swear I never see you with the same one anymore.
My little girl gave me this one.
Yeah?
My 5 years. She insisted I use
I'm going to bet that Mitch isn't folding his hand once he looks at it.
Yes, sir.
I am not taking that bet.
Yeah, I think so.
Makes the call.
Dragon freak.
Flopped Broadway gut shot draw here for Scott. He opts to check it back, and Mitch picks up the best hand. And one more bet is all it takes, as Mitch will confidently show down the 4 deuce. And Scott's like, well, I mean, you had the best hand, but I probably should have won by betting the flop.
Scott moved that Godzilla or whatever that is. He moved that so fast. I thought that was a 2K bet or an all-in jam over the top of Mitch there with the ace high. But that was a I'm out of here. I'm going to give the pot to the wild man in seat 3.
Like good until everybody found out, and they would just come over.
Like Korean and basically. Wow, that's amazing.
All right, 50 is on. Mitch, suited queen 7 under the gun. He's going to call. JD's like, what is happening at this table tonight before folding? Slick Ric just punched his stack
400.
and makes a squeeze up to 400 with the 6-3. One of those hands where you wish it was a different size, but Benham actually doesn't care about the size. He is going to make the call. The ace deuce of hearts. John in there with king 10. Mitch, of course, calling. Doc closing the action. No chance he folds. This pot's going to be up at 2K between 5 players.
Yeah, we've got all suits represented here.
Oh, good Lord, no.
No
Doc,
way.
what
I'm
are
on the button with a suited king, Doc.
closing the action. There's so much money in there, but he gets out of there. Watch it come all spades.
I'm rooting for it.
Call too.
Nope,
Well.
one of each.
Yeah, that is not the flop that you see on your screen. It's actually a 4, a 6, and a 6, an 8, and a 10.
That's because I'm blind.
Or 4, 8, 10. He had the 6. That's what I was thinking.
700.
John here leading out after Slick Ric makes the check and Benham follows suit. John will get rid of the nit button, take it down with king 10, top pair, and a big cash infusion for Mr. John after going down to the felt moments ago. It'll be a nice little turnaround win for him.
I know we probably missed announcing it while they were still playing, but I know JD added 3K to his stack, and Slick Ric's added another 2K to his stack, so everybody's wanting to be able to battle with old Big Stick over there, Mr. Mitch,
Max Bain.
in his Doc Holliday shirt.
Yeah, now it's another battle of the neighbors over in the 8 and the 9 seat here between Slick Ric and OFC to get rid of their nit button before the other player. Slick Ric here now playing in position, but will lose that position next hand, so this is his best opportunity to come away with a win. Doc Hollywood going to limp the cutoff, queen 9 of diamonds, knowing that at a really high frequency, Slick Ric is going to attack, but he just limps as well.
More about the nit game after losing the nit loss after losing the.
Benham, though, is like, get the hell out of here. I know you scrubs just want to see a flop and try to win somehow, so 5 sevens and
I really like this hand.
get out of here.
All three's going to go in your pocket. You know, like you're going
Show us.
It's like, oh, I just bought it and I'm giving away a third of or a fourth of what I just bought.
Show me the money.
Doc Hollywood
Money.
gonna gesture
Obviously not that much.
a little bit before he loses a whole $25.
I'm afraid of.
And to be expected, Slick Ric and OFC make the call. So here we go.
Yep.
Pocket sevens out in front,
You got
but
two really good cards right here.
Good luck, OFC.
bunch of overcards likely to come, and they do.
400.
This is not the kind of board, though, that you expect OFC and Benham to have any piece of when they're just calling pre-flop. So Benham continues for 400 into 9. And it's the double gut shot for OFC here.
Do me a favor?
Backdoor spades. Gonna peel one off.
In my bag and bring me a cold one out
Can
of my
he
bag.
get there?
There's a
Slick
black
Ric is
bag
out of the way, so. Oh, wow.
yeah,
Bingo.
it's just a
Turn.
black, shopping
9 at clubs. Fills in the straight OFC with the Nizzle.
Oh, what a card.
Oh,
What
I
a-
just threw up in my mouth.
What a card.
Benham
Check
here.
again. Yep. Still got the nuts.
Yeah, Benham here is just absolutely getting shafted by the deck.
And he goes all in, too.
Wow.
Instant call.
You know what I had, John? Queen 9, which is a hand that I like. But I
Wow.
mean, pre-flop.
Be glad you folded Queen 9 there, brother.
Nice hand.
What a gem card.
I wish.
What a freaking gin card. Indeed.
That
That is just gross.
crazy.
You had it turn already. And double dunked it on the river.
You hit the sevens on the river? Yeah. Oh
Are you serious?
That's what sucks.
Yeah, the only way you get paid there.
That is like a 6.
Yeah,
Seven.
there's 2 sevens in the deck, and if they don't come, Benham just like rolls his eyes and folds
Queen 9.
to any bet
Queen 9's gonna
on
act
the river.
like John knows about my
And
feelings. I'm
instead,
like, I'm gonna get 2 pair. Queen
he
9 is
gets
coming
to
on that board. That's what I said to him.
everything
Yeah,
except for
that's what I had,
$90.
Queen 9 of diamonds. And I'm
He
like,
is not
Well, why'd
down
you
to the
pay?
felt,
I
but
know.
very close to it.
He was playing it and queen would have been the river.
Quantum poker.
Really? It's 8-7?
Yeah, $9,400 pot going OFC's way.
Get a guy.
You had a 7 you saw?
Jack 7, yeah.
And he'll be getting rid of his knit button, and Slick Ric
All 4 7.
will be our knit game loser this time. He looks thrilled about that as he's got those chips ready. Be donated into a splash pot.
Leave me alone.
Leave you alone.
First hand he's going all night.
a good first one to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a hell of a hand.
It's a damn good first hand to win if that's really his first hand to win.
Eric.
I don't think that's his first hand, but
Cost me a lot more.
nice hand there, OFC.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about earlier when Walker not only lost the all-in against JD's Jack 4, but also had to pay out the knit game immediately afterwards. Now you've got the exact opposite feeling of pure elation and joy, winning a huge all-in double up hand and also getting rid of your knit button
Yeah,
for the
saving-
final hand. It just-
Saving yourself an additional $800 loss there.
Yeah, it's the tale of 2 ends of the spectrum there. OFC on the good end of it, and Walker over there like, yeah, that could have been me.
Just dead money.
Bill James kind of laughing, saying OFC doubles up by folding those ace queen and ace king hands. Yep. Sometimes you just got to spike that gin card and then have your opponent spike what he thinks is his gin card, and next thing you know, you're dragging a almost 10K pot.
Well, maybe the heater started earlier on, though. Maybe the
Yeah.
ace queen and the ace king were going to bring home double ups, and he didn't play the hand. So, you know, maybe we're only seeing 1/3 of the heater. That's the other way.
We definitely
of thinking
didn't get to
about
see
it.
any of the ace king hand, but the ace queen, we saw that nasty club flop, and he was patting himself, I'm sure, saying, oh, see, it was a good fold.
Oh, that's true. But had
Yeah.
he raised, right? Had he 4-bet?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It was
4-bet
2
hammered
hands
it,
that
yeah.
couldn't have continued, right? So
Yeah, I think so.
never seen the club.
I'll take one.
We'll take another regular tea and a water.
Yeah, I agree, Bill. The ace queen was definitely, you know, a hand that you're able to fold there in that spot, out of position. The ace king suited, you know, little different story, but still a fold that you can make. Mitch and JD gonna battle it here. JD hoping he gets the best of him this time. Currently in the lead.
Interesting. JD picking up straight draw on the turn after checking back a nothing burger. His hand now with some real life in it, as we can see, is just the best hand, but of course Mitch betting, you know, 2/3 or just a little smidge under, not quite half pot, but right around there. JD is going to make the call, and he'll probably need to improve, or else Mitch might just get away with another one here. 2350 in the middle, and he, oh wow, Mitch slows it down. The
Yeah,
momentum
JD
may shift.
acted so fast on just that call, I didn't get the chance to ask you if you would have put in a raise there, just to not let the guy that's bluffed you twice already get away with it again. Just try to take it down with the equity you have, the open ender. But somehow, some way, JD gets the best of him that time with a Jack-10 high.
Yeah, and JD there was just on a give up too. He's like, no, like you just have a queen or something stupid, and I'm just losing all the time. But he actually comes away with it. Ryan, there's the profit and loss for you at the bottom of the screen. Doc Holliday up the most, 5.5K. OFC not too far behind, as is Mitch. All those players up 4K plus. Scott, JD also up, and then Slick Ric, Walker, John, and Venom all down, with Venom stuck a full 2 buy-ins now.
Just went to go visit my mother in Atlanta. I knew they had some good. Which one's your favorite?
I don't know if I have a... Yes, ma'am. For you.
Jack-9 of diamonds for Slick Ric, and he is really getting after it here. Makes it 400 on a $50 straddle. I don't think there was anybody opening in between. So this is not a 3-bet. This is just a 8x open from Slick Ric. Even if you thought the big straddle was 100, that's a relatively large open size. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but mixing it up. John H. looking down at a couple of black 10s. He makes the call. JD in there with the Jack-9 of hearts. And we're going to go 3 players to a flop with the red Jack-9s against the black 10s.
10-8-7, one time. Nope.
How about ace, king, king? Going to be a pretty good hand, excuse me, pretty good flop here for Slick Ric to go ahead and put a little feeler bet out there and likely just take this one down without any resistance. 400. For another 400. John not going anywhere just yet. Has sort of under-repped his hand, right? Just calling the 10s. Could have been doing some 3-betting, but does make the call out of position. Of course, the 10s just like never improve. You see a queen or a jack, you're like, sweet, another overcard. Not like, yeah, I got a gut shot. Checks it over. Slick Ric. See if he shuts this down. He is on a full-blown nothing burger, 0% equity as far as he's concerned. Of course, we can see his jack is actually live, but not in his mind. And he will not be shutting it down. He is going to go for the size up. It's like 1,700 into 2,160.
I think John seems to suspect that he's up to something, and it may have started off with that just big opening bet, but he's just going to lay it down.
Yeah, if he had pocket 9s, it would actually be better, because having the 10s, you hard block all of the queen 10s, the jack 10s that you actually beat, right? Like
Right.
these are just bluffing hands, and now you're really just like, okay, I hope he's really heavy queen jack.
Yeah.
And that's
Exactly.
that's it. That's the only thing he beat. So let's go. Well played, Slick Ric.
Ryan's still out there grinding the 1-2 game. How's your session going?
One of the 2 splash spots.
Hopefully you're crushing it out there as you're tuning in and out.
No, I don't think so. Oh, no, I did.
You did win one. Yeah.
OSC is holding it for me.
One of the 2. You won.
I was running from the
You're,
bathroom.
remember the one who was coming back?
Yeah, that's right.
The one that you basically screwed my hand. 'Cause I was holding it for you.
Yeah.
Should have exactly gone the way you played it. I should have made this.
Slick Ric with a little bit more normal raise here. Gonna open it up.
That's
150.
how it should've gone. But I swear I hadn't seen my hand when I saw it.
John got the king 10 clubs. He's gonna 3-bet the 350.
Call. All right, heads up, 2 players. Check.
Either player really connecting with this board. Of course, it's always just the pre-flop aggressor's texture to continue on, and John will oblige. Makes it 275. Slick Ric with some back doors, right? There are quite a few turn cards that will give him some equity, but like if you're up against an ace, it's kind of just more like just like a black hole, you know? You just kind of get sucked into putting in another call or thinking about check raising on a turn. So just decides to fold it right then and there.
We just
Makes a
waited.
lot of sense
Where
to do so.
did it? No, it ended on me.
No, yeah, you were the splash spot. You were the splash spot.
No, keep it going.
What? Maybe bathroom break. Keep it
Yeah,
going.
because I want to just go and come back in a bit. I was waiting to.
Start on those.
Yeah, we'll just do it on me if you guys.
Start it
are-
where it ended.
You can end it on me. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. Couple handbrake.
Wait.
Race.
Slick Ric gone from the $400 open to the 150 to now the 100. OFC waking up with a familiar hand with the ace king of spades. Let's see
He
if
has to fold this by the end of the action. I'm going to be perplexed.
wow, and of course he does get 4-bet.
No other monsters under the bed, though. It's just Mitch on the 6s, cold 4-betting the button. Slick Ric is going to be out of the way here shortly. There he goes. And
8,000.
OFC, does he tango with Mitch?
6,
65,
7.
7.
Just calling?
Okay.
You put in a 5-bet? I think, yeah, there's almost no real question there. It's just always going to be a call. If he's folding it earlier against that dynamic this time, he's for sure just calling. So he does. And we'll see if he can improve on the flop or at least pick up some sort of draw.
Oh.
What? How does Mitch do it? He flops quad 6s.
And
That's
bets super
400.
small.
I actually really like the decision to bet here, too.
Me too.
Like,
Absolutely.
most people just,
Oh.
good Lord, how does he do it?
Disgusting.
I think he's going to keep going small, though, right? Like, you're kind of in that mode where you're like, I have quads. Like, what the hell can they have?
Thought it was 7.
Just keep betting small and just hope they stick around with, like, pocket 5s, you know? Just, like, that's all they can have, right? Pocket 5s? Pocket 7s? Pocket 8s? No, OFC turns what looks like a beautiful card for him. He is still just going to check and call as he's still up against the range advantage of Mitch as the 4-better and doesn't want to scare off any of those bluffs, something like the turned hearts.
Oh, 3K.
OFC here, man. Nearly full pot on the river. 7-8 just got there. Queen Jack just got there. He doesn't block either of those, so very real possibilities. The ace king suited though. Let's be honest, that's top of range. OFC not gonna have many better hands here other than flopped 9s full. That sort of traps as a check call, just like, oh, let this guy keep blasting.
He just asked. He said, "You got aces, Mitch?"
God, he's already had to fold ace queen of diamonds, ace king of spades pre-flop. Now here he is in a total blender of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, hits what he thinks is a good card for him. Hits a king on the turn. Aces is the only 2 pair that he loses to. Of course, Mitch has 2 pair of 6s. Just flopping it.
Sorry, guys. Give me a second.
Andy's seen Mitch just run like these savage bluffs against JD and stuff, right? Like that always factors in. You're like, this is a completely different hand. It's a completely different dynamic. And it feels like he has it, whatever it is.
He folds.
Fold.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he felt something. I mean, there's just, he's got to think 9s, 10s,
With
aces.
ace king. Bing, turn. Never hit that motherfucker. That ace king.
I mean, what a sick fold, because I think 85% of our room right now, no matter what stakes they're playing, is just paying that off. You know, I mean, maybe 90%. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, it's a huge bet, so it's polarizing.
Surprised the king didn't show up on the river.
And
Just
the
to make
8-9
sure.
got there, the queen jack got there, right? Like there's a lot of combos of bluffs that turned into value, right? And that is a good metric to go by in terms of how you structure your calling range. Now, ace king, I think, is just so far up at the top that if you fold that, you're not probably calling enough as far as whatever principal standpoint. But absolutely fantastic fold there from a results perspective, because, I mean, that's another 3K that OFC would have torched. He's only down 1,200 post-flop.
Yeah.
After he makes top pair with ace king. I mean, that is an incredible accomplishment.
I mean, there's definitely something fishy. You know, the $400 lead, the continue on the turn, and then just, you know, almost full pot on the river. It's going to get anybody's spidey senses up with the hand that OFC had there. But to be able to let it go, I don't know. I feel like that was actually just a great play by OFC. Just knowing that there's just not a way he was going to win that hand.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The cherry on top of that, too, is that he gets snap shown quad 6s, right? Like, it's like, oh, my God, yes, I'm a god. I made the best fold of the night. And, yeah. I mean, and the funniest thing about it, too, is that he's folded the ace queen, now he's folded the ace king, and now he's got another ace king. He folds it. This time he finally finds out, like, that was correct. That probably actually rejuvenates him a little bit, because I'm sure those other hands were kind of weighing on him of like, God, am I just like getting completely owned here tonight, getting run over? When you get shown the quads and you're like, holy shit, folding top was brilliant and saved me a lot of money. Like, maybe those other ones were brilliant. Maybe those were great folds. And like, I'm playing badass tonight. Go me.
Good confidence builder there. And, you know, he's up 2.5K by no mistake, you know.
You been doing this long, Darren? Sorry? You been doing this long?
The deck is slicker than the normal deck.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's definitely different.
And it's stiffer,
and then I have to like blend it on the circles also, not be able to use. So I could, but it holds the game up longer.
No, I didn't realize it was sold.
Just going to limp here with the pocket 8s. Mitch probably going to, never mind. He's not going to raise. He's going to limp with the ace 10 as well. All of a sudden we turn into a limp game. Everybody's scared now after seeing Mitch flop quads and OFC fold ace king. They don't know what to do.
Yeah. Slick Ric gets to check his option, and we have a 6-way hand about to kick off here.
Some more bingo.
Queen 7 tray, 2-tone. A pair of 7s for JD. No good against the still best pair of 8s. For 7s for Doc. Gut
8s
shot
are in the
for
muck.
Walker. Oh, the 8s are gone. Best hand in the muck. So now JD gets promoted to number 1. Mitch does the betting with the ace of clubs here. Let's see. Oh my God.
God, OFC. That's not a confidence builder.
Slap right back down. The poker gods say, no, you have been a bad poker player.
More like the poker pigeons just dropped a deuce on your head. Ugh.
The poker pigeons. I've never heard that one before.
Me neither.
But now everyone has.
But I just feel like they're just shitting on him right now after such a good fold.
That is the truth. 8 right on the turn. Was actually just the best hand on the flop. It would have improved to far and away the best hand. Of course, still not out of the woods as he's apparently still has to fade the gut shot here for Walker, who is betting 3 1/4. Whether or not we would have ever seen that river had OFC been in there is another question. But back over to Mitch with the ace high with the sort of key card, ace of clubs.
Ace of clubs, yeah.
But without any other way to improve, right? He's like, cool, I need to see a club on the river so I can bluff, right? Like, if that's the only thing keeping you in the hand, definitely a good idea to let it go. Walker is going to get it through JD, the last man standing with a real hand. Pair of 7s goes down in flames, and 5 high, good.
And OFC's like just totally exaggerating the situation. But he's like, oh yeah, you know, he bet 75. There's 9 people in the hand. I have to fold my 8s. Bink. It felt like there was 9 people in the hand. That's for sure. Gotta be frustrating. John's such a good dude, though, man. I'm so glad he's coming back to our stream and playing again.
I
But
thought I was getting called there. I couldn't believe.
hate seeing that, though.
You're lucky he opened
We
75.
got 2 hours left.
Otherwise, you definitely
We'll still
won't
turn
get
this
called.
around, and he's still up a couple of $1,000. So can't be too mad.
Oh, I want him to have a set.
JD with the ace jack, Slick Ric
If an ace
waking
had
up
come
with
on the
ace
river, I
queen.
would've had one pair. Just one,
But a big one.
but a big one.
Big
And
one.
OFC's gonna take this opportunity to walk away from the table, maybe get a quick breath of fresh air.
First three bet of the day, I gotta let you win it. First one, you gotta, gotta give respect. Second one, you're like.
JD gonna
Third
just
one, you're
easily
like, fuck.
muck that ace jack. Let Slick Ric take that one down.
It's personal after the third one.
Yeah.
I mean,
And OFC's mic is still on, so that might be some of that background noise you hear.
I thought that's what everybody's doing.
Nice.
Like, by the 5th time.
Ambiance.
Hopefully he's outside out front, not in the bathroom, but
I know you're trolling, but I hope you actually just had like kings over there. Just... Huh? Sitting over there happy with
Ace
himself.
9 gets folded for Scott while he is away from the table, and it's going to make it its way over to Slick Ric with the Queen 8 of spades. He will open for 300. We do have the $100 straddle on. John will make the call. Mitch will never fold, and we're going 3 ways to a flop.
Like that?
Queen high here for Slick Ric.
2 hearts on the flop. That's a little misread there. 4 of hearts. There we go.
Go ahead and check through. And Slick Ric here now going to pick up a gut shot to the 8 high straight. gonna go for one more check. He's not too concerned about any river card. Obviously, an ace or a king, kind of the worst cards for him. But this checking is going to induce a 1K over bet from Mitch. And Slick, who has heavily underrepresented his hand, gonna go ahead and make the call here from out of position. John, with a whole lot of nothing, going to just, I think, try to ascertain whether or not he can even understand what these players' ranges look like and what their cards are, but he does indeed fold the king high. Deuce of diamonds on the end, a one-liner to a straight out there, and Mitch is going to take another peek at his cards and decide if he wants to go ahead and blast at this, but he's done. And Slick Ric will show down the pair of queens, drag the pot, 29-35 going his way.
Now you either want to
Heart.
king.
Or
king.
king.
Yeah. Everything else is fine.
We have 3 of hearts, you know.
3 of hearts. Yeah.
No? Shut the fuck up. Your hearts come, you're just like,
8 of hearts.
yeah, you just open mug. Your hearts come to you, just open mug.
OFC coming back just in time. Got to get his small blind here. Doc's been a little quiet of late, but he's still got some battling chips over there. He's got over 10K in his stack.
We're giving the Mavericks another game.
Monotone flop, but it is still top 2
Oh,
for Mr. Doc Hollywood. I feel pretty good.
That's fair.
Multi-way, though, you do have a little bit more sort of spidey sense tingling about someone having snuck in there with some disconnected clubs, but I go ahead and fire in 150, like the size there. Just a little tickle of the pot. If somebody's got something, they'll stick around. If they're on a draw, they better be moderately decent. 2 players do call, 6 of spades on the turn. Be
Do you have much future?
ace-9 at 74% chance of winning this. OFC drawing dead with the top pair, no kicker, and no chance to improve. Mitch now leads out for 300, trying to take away the bet size from Doc Hollywood, and it does. Just the call, and it's the butt flush on the river here for Mitch. Oh my God.
Look at the faces at the table, just laughing.
And the pair. Pair plus draw.
Pair plus draw.
Oh my God.
Get it in with
The
that.
butt flush for Mitch brings home
Nick in?
profit of $800. You love to see it. Knit game back in effect. Let's go.
I mean, can we just take Mitch's knit button away? Because he's clearly not a knit, right? It's like, I know you still have to win a hand, but you know, when you're at 65 plus
Plan to
VPIP,
win this hand, not that hand. Yeah.
You know, that would be a kind of a fun thing to do. When they start the knit game, have the dealer ask production who has the highest VPIP, and whoever that person is doesn't get a button. Like
yeah,
they're just
after
guaranteed.
a couple hours of play, if somebody's just way ahead of the pack, don't have to have one.
Well, well, I mean,
Just in
you
first
could. I
place,
guess
yeah.
you could set it as if they're way ahead, but in my mind, I was just thinking like, it's the knit game. But if you're the VPIP master, then clearly you're not a knit, so you can't lose. Like you're the one person exempted from the game. That'd be kind of fun. Little curveball, you know.
Little curveball. Yay, OFC. That's got to feel good. There we go. Attaboy, Sean.
I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
With the Jack 5.
Definitely a fun night so far. We got
That's the best
almost
feeling when you
210 of
open
y'all
with
watching
Jack five off and everybody
across
folds.
all of our streaming
even better when it's
platforms.
7
Thank
deuce
y'all
and the
again for
game's
tuning in.
No.
If you're on the YouTube, smash that
Yeah,
like
I've had
button,
that
hit
too.
subscribe.
Five.
You can go back and watch last week where Mitch just ran over the table in the 2-5-10 game. Mitch is back now tonight in the seat 3, having a pretty darn good night in this 5-10-25 game. More of our regular big game players are on this. And Mitch is here battling with them. Pretty fun. OFC just got rid of the knit button with Jack 5 offsuit. He's going to wake up with a couple of cowboys here, though. Probably going to get a lot more callers than he wants here, but JD and Walker getting out of there. So we're going 4 ways to a flop here. Queen 8 deuce, full rainbow. And a couple of players hitting top pair here. Mitch being one of them. He's going to check. Doc, though, with a decent kicker with his, he's going to lead out here. We'll see how big he makes it. 950 in the pot already.
Raise. 800.
Actually, excuse me, looks like Mitch actually put out the original bet. Doc Hollywood's going to raise it to 800. Mitch already counting those extra calling chips, but John hasn't acted yet in the 2 seat. He's got the gutter ball, but he's going to let it go. Mitch clearly not folding. He's got top pair and the backdoor clubs. King of clubs one time here. Come on, Darren. Let's see if you can get that card out there for us.
Yeah, if anything, it's probably
Ooh.
gonna say the offsuit 3 here, you know, just to bring it home for Mitch, but ace of hearts.
Yeah, Mitch let out on this flop. Got re-raised by Doc. He's gonna check though.
Check.
If OFC gets bullied out of this one because of the ace, this is going to be just one of those nights for him where things just seem to keep getting worse and worse. But is Doc going to do anything here? No, he's going to check.
1,000. 1,000.
Definitely like him leading out here.
Doc going to show his neighbor, and that is always the sign of a man who's about to fold.
Queen's not good, dog. What do you got? Queen Jack? Ace Queen's good.
He's telling him straight up, ace queen is good.
Queen Jack, I was close.
I thought he was about Queen Jack.
I thought you had a flush while you were debating on. That's why I thought you were like, yep.
No, I knew
The OFC just needs to take a step away from the table more often and
No, I don't care.
start dragging some more pots. Nice hand there, OFC.
I thought he had exactly what.
Yeah, the turn kind of, that's the worst turn for me. Unbelievable.
You have aces?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable turn. No set. Just an unbelievable turn. That's it. Pathetic turn. Killed my entire
Walker down 19% on the B-pip. Definitely
no ace,
bit
no
low.
set, no 2-pair.
the lowest B-pip gets the highest B-pip button. He gets to win 2.
There we go. That, or like Jedi said, the exemption. Nits. Say that twice. Fast or 5 times fast. Nits exemption? Exemption?
I think just think of it as nit exemption. And just try to say it real quick. Nit exemption.
And then we still don't get it?
Nit exemption.
He's about to get
Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
So you're putting me on a set? I can give one.
All right,
one
Doc
to 10,
Hollywood,
actually.
2 red sailboats, makes 400. 400 for the fours. You know?
Yeah, and Doc Hollywood just under Mitch in the
No
V
redraw,
pip
one
tonight,
bet.
so he's been a very active
Beats
player.
me.
Love seeing
How
that.
about
Getting him on the stream
One
and
to
seeing
10.
him be active.
For real. 1 to 10. No combo. No set.
didn't want it for
no
400,
2 pair.
definitely don't
One
want it.
pair. Not ace.
I'm with you on that.
1 to 10. Whatever my hand is, I'm saying I have nothing what y'all thinking. And I'm giving 1 to 10 on a side bet. Whatever the hell I had.
You only go once, man?
Wow. Mitch just ripping this with Queen Jack offsuit in the knit game.
It ain't that good.
Mitch
Shows
is an
the nuts.
absolute animal, dude.
He is an absolute animal.
It goes all in.
Full-blown
back.
unit over there in the 3-seat.
Full-blown, solid unit.
I thought he just like hero folded queens or something.
Up to almost 11K again.
I'm like one step underneath Mitch.
Oh my gosh.
I said I'm one step underneath you as far as craziness. So. I knew you didn't have a strong, like
Pronunciation. Thank you, Jedi. I appreciate you, brother.
He had you crushed. No, he had you crushed. He had 5% on you. Makes a difference.
2500 laydown.
But he goes all
All right, 25 is the straddle. Doc Hollywood. Look down at a blackjack hand.
Twice.
With the black hat
I saw the sixes.
and the blackjack.
Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's like half a quads. Well, you know.
He's gonna limp here.
Damn. It'd be hard to lose this Nick game in this game.
It's true.
It's the power limp. The 90
mean to do
suited
that?
power limp. Under the gun. Venom's gonna take it up a notch with King 10.
I gave him action. I mean, I gave everybody action.
What do I?
It's true.
So good.
I mean,
And somehow, some way, it is only Doc Hollywood with an opportunity to see a flop versus Benham for $100 with the knit game on. You better not have limped this hand to fold for
To
another
fold.
75 to go
Flick
heads
those
up.
3 green chips in there.
Now,
Flick 'em.
I would appreciate the check or the limp raise way more than the limp call, but if he was going to fold, I was going to jump through the screen into the future / the past. It's unclear to me, and I would have
Oh shit, Venom.
roundhouse kicked somebody.
I didn't realize.
right in
Yeah,
the teeth.
hey.
And
All
now
right.
we're being blessed with an action flop. Let's go.
Right, you are. Doc Hollywood goes for the limp, the tank call, and now the lead for overpot.
And Benham's going, what the hell could you possibly have?
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Makes the call. Quick check now on the turn, and Benham will give him the free river card, and it is a spade.
Just a step under the 9 triz is the 9 deuce.
The 9 diz.
He's canceling his win.
600, 3/4 pot. Benham folds.
Heyo.
Knows he gets to see it anyway. There you go, Doc.
You see 9 deuce get shown from a guy that limp called under the gun and led for overpot, and you're just like, why me, man? Like,
Yeah,
what?
and you're down 10K for the night, and that's what's happening to you.
Button is that the one?
Plenty of time though to turn it around, Benham.
Nah, he just won, so it's,
We are at the halfway point.
Obviously John's.
it is
Once
that.
again, this is TCH Live from Dallas, Texas. I'm Eric Van Loosen, hanging out with Aaron Moneyman McAvoy, the Marshmallow Man, the man of many new nicknames as he continues to show up on final tables. And people just don't know what to call you, but I'm going to call you winner, my friend.
I like it.
Here's the two we've been
JD.
wanting to see battle all night long, JD and Slick Ric.
And we are going to be blessed with
Second one?
a collision. JD here, though, opening way outside of your traditional range, is going to go ahead and let that one go. And Slick Ric with King 6 gets the job done. Kylo disconnected. Waves feels good to get that one through.
Dr. AA, there's a new nickname.
I can hold them for you if you want. Yeah.
Dr. Double A.
Dr. Double A, I like it.
That
Knight's
sounds
still young.
like I
It's not
could
like he has
be.
3-4. The only hand you're like smashing there is deuce 4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just
6-4. That's it.
yeah.
So just out of interest, how much do you have on the rails? So I know.
7 grand on there right now.
That 7 on the rails is not in play.
Unless
The what on the rail?
Unless I have the nuts. I just pulled it out of my chest.
$50 straddle on folds all the way over to Walker on the button. Does he have the same level of confidence that JD does? No, he does not. Folds the 10-5. Doc Hollywood just limping from the big blind with 7.
Man, that's all right. That does make it a lot easier.
An inordinate
Let me check that for you.
amount of
Like that one you got at
passivity.
Deeks? Yeah. That was funny. That was really funny.
OFC emboldened to make the call after Doc limps.
That's a tournament chip.
And we are going to go 3 ways to a flop. OFC in the basement here. Going to need to find
And they were out of one case.
really
Or they had to
small
go get him
cards.
from the back. And yeah.
flush.
They had him in like a second save or something.
Yeah, it was a different save, no cash value.
Jeremy Whittock in the chat says, never watched my dad play until now, and he stresses me out. LOL. I'm guessing his dad is
And then when they came
Slick
and
Ric.
traded it out, he showed me.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That was actually when you know you bought. That was cash. Yeah, you gave him cash.
Yeah. And he gave you like 9 for 10.
Man, Slick Ric ain't got no kids.
They fixed it pretty quick.
Doc Hollywood goes for the check raise with pocket 7s.
Then the turn comes brick, you check. I bet 600. Then you make it 1,800. So you get an additional $600.
I thought you had a really good hand.
Oh my God!
No, that's what we thought, Jeremy.
These hands getting shown down are just so unorthodox. Everyone's mind is just blown every time. They're like, what is going on here?
Yeah, oh,
Jeremy is correcting me. He says it's not
Slick Ric.
It's Mitch? Wow. I didn't see that one coming.
Well, Jeremy, we enjoy your pops for sure. Both just as a player and a person at the table, but the action he brings is nothing short of spectacular.
Absolutely right. Of course, I was joking around, but yeah, happy to have you here, Jeremy. And your father smoking them so far, doing a great job, and we'll see if that can continue. He will let go of the 10-6 this time.
Between the medical things in my body, on my arm, ankle monitor.
9-5 of hearts for Walker in the cutoff. He's going to take it up to 1 1/4. Benham going to just make the call with the ace-queen here. Keeps Walker's entire range in. Gets to play in position from the blind, so definitely a decent spot to go for it. Excuse me, it's out of position. I apologize. Thought Walker somehow was in the small blind for a brief moment, but he's over in the cutoff. Flops second pair, checks it back, and now Benham going to probe the turn to the tune of 250. And Walker with a chance to catch a bluff will make a call.
I'll get you a shirt that starts the same way. I'll get you a shirt that
Top
starts the same way.
2 on the end. Benham here with the best of it. Goes for the check, hoping that Walker will feel induced, but that's not going to happen.
Nice hand, man.
See, I knew you were still here.
I thought you were making that face because you lost, not because you wanted me to bet.
You wanted more money out there.
Yeah, I wanted you to bet. Yeah. I see that now.
1, 2, 3, 4 knit buttons left.
wants more money.
I'm not gonna straddle 100. You guys don't give me any action.
Just so happens to be the 4 players with the lowest aggression frequencies.
Remember that big bluff I made against you?
Yeah, JD's been looking at some pretty dusty hands all night long. See if he can't wake up with something here in the next orbit or so. Change his night a little bit, get him running good.
So you're folding enough.
I am folding.
Scott taking it up to 2 1/4. The ace deuce of hearts, and it is a itsy bitsy little raise here from Doc Holliday on the button with 2 red queens.
Yeah.
John H.
I'm not gonna give you
Suited queen 9, but this looks dangerous. He lets it go. Scott will make the call. Here we go. Heads up to a flop with about 1,300 in the middle. Doc Hollywood in position with the betting lead. And still trying to get the action caught up. It's going to be a 10 high board rainbow flop. Ace deuce of hearts out of the way. The ladies will take it down for Doc Hollywood. Have you heard about this new Kevin Costner Western movie or whatever that's coming out?
I have not. Does it have zero to do with Yellowstone? Is it completely different?
I could not answer that question, but from what I understand, it's sort of like a big budget Western film that hasn't been attempted in recent Hollywood history, and so at least, you know, one of the articles that I saw did not dig into it, but it was sort of skeptical about whether or not big budget Western films have a place in today's cinema. But it's kind of interesting. Do you enjoy Westerns? What do you think there?
I absolutely do. You know, I don't really go back and watch a lot of the old historical ones. Just never really got into those. But the Westerns, you know, that came out in the, you know, probably 80s, 90s, maybe even early 2000s. Any sort of Western there, I definitely enjoyed. Both, you know, kind of B-rated type movies and the big ones like your Tombstones and stuff like that. But yeah, definitely like them.
Yeah, Tombstone, such a great film. You know, I mean, we've got Doc Holliday, we've got you know, the old "I'm Your Huckleberry" shirt going on over there, right? A little bit of a throwback there to the sort of Western era of cinema. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, Kevin Costner is such a great actor and now filmmaker, right? So it should be good production value and probably an enjoyable story. But yeah, a little bit out of the ordinary. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a renaissance for the Western filmmaking. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
Who's got a 10 ball? Nobody's got a 10 ball.
Slick Ric's got 3 pairs though, and the best hand.
But I'm still live for
3 whole pairs.
1 to 10.
And 1/2 a pair.
If he calls JD here, there will be some smack talk.
Slick Ric's hand, it could be a calling candidate. I was gonna say it's almost factors in a little bit better as a raising candidate, but now that I think about the dynamic, I don't think he can credibly represent any sort of full house. So yeah, does make some sense there to just make the call. Slick Ric gonna hero one off against JD, and JD has really kind of struggled to get anything going here tonight. It's been a little bit out of the ordinary in that respect.
Nice hand, moron.
he said, "Nice hand, moron." I love it.
Oh my God, how do you call that, bro?
Yeah, Mitch was behind him, and he still put the money
When you see
in.
it on screen, you'll see I had
Good stuff.
two suited connections.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody the other day about
No, I'm saying, but he
just
don't
movies
know
in
that.
general and the theater experience. I mean, that was such a big part of my childhood, but even my nephew who's 22 years old. I mean, you know, the movie experience was a part of his life, and it just feels like post-COVID, you know, not just going to blame a virus for all of it. I think Hollywood has just been slacking big time in the last, you know, 5 to 10 years, just in the writing process. I mean, it seems like everything that comes out that's big is a remake or, you know, a story that's been done before, and they're just not promoted the same anymore. I just saw that all the Alamo draft houses in this area were shut down. I don't know if company-wide if they're all going away, but I know in the DFW area they shut several of them down, if not all of them.
He was talking to me.
And you know, that's sad to me for sure. But somebody like Kevin Costner is getting involved in, you know, the writing process. It's definitely something I'm gonna check out because I still enjoy the theater experience.
Yeah, it's something I may be interested in checking out, and I do love me an Alamo Drafthouse sort of experience. So what's going on with them is Sony just purchased the Alamo Drafthouse brand. So unclear if maybe they're doing some rebranding or renovating or what they're doing to try to take that under the Sony umbrella. So maybe that's sort of what you're experiencing up there,
Yeah.
Eric. But yeah, I don't think the brand is going away. I definitely don't think they're shutting down, but Sony did buy them out and going to incorporate them into the larger corporate entity that is the Sony sort of system. Who knows what that will do? Hopefully they still have the good queso and all of the fine beverages that we come to expect from an Alamo Drafthouse. But we're going to see a 7-high flop here, 2-tone. Slick Ric connecting with the board and just had the best of it anyways. But Benham going to go ahead and bet 800.
But also, like, nowadays, like, that's so much flashier in terms of, like, getting
Nearly full pot. Slick Ric has a couple of backdoors to go with his pair of threes. He will make the call.
You said something about 7 weeks ago. All right, guys, let's still action.
Nine of clubs on the turn changes nothing. Benham still just working with the naked king of spades. A couple of overcards, and he slows it down now with a check.
We need to go to showdown, like for real.
Slick Ric, his hand would really just like to get to showdown as is, but there is some incentive to try to push your opponent off of their equity if they do have some sort of spade combo. Slick Ric thinks it over, checks it back, and here we go. We get a 6 of clubs on the end. Not scariest card. 5-4 does come in. But Benham going to check it, and Slick Ric will be gifted with a free showdown should he be willing to take it. And I'm not so sure that the ace-3 of hearts here benefits a lot from betting, either turning itself into a bluff or attempting to get value from a weaker hand. But Slick is going to reopen the pot with a bet of 1,000. And
Is that actually what you're
be very curious to ask him, you know, what's the motivation of that bet? Probably just to not need to show down his hand. Just, I'm winning this no matter what. It's just kind of trivial to bet and just not have to show my hand. So
yeah, I kind of felt like even without the pair of threes there, had been a bet on that exact board. I think Slick Ric very capable of calling with an ace high there and winning that hand. So when it gets checked to you and there's 2,700 out there, you know, you have just bottom pair, you got the ace high. What's Benham, you know, what are you getting value from, you know? You know, what are you trying to get to fold if he actually had something? That was an interesting bet, I thought, as well. Might want to pick his brain on that one. See what his poker coach has taught him that made him throw $1,000 out there.
175.
Mr. Jonathan Little, that is.
nice. All right, suited 10-9 here for Scott. Open it up under the gun. 175 over the $50 straddle. John's in there. Mitch is in there.
Mitch is in there with the 7-4.
Says, double me down, dealer. JD We'll make a call. Walker's like, hey, well, I saw somebody win with this hand earlier.
Can't win.
Mitch is thinking
All
about
in
good
against
times
me.
he had back in 1974.
All the nits and Mitch. There you go.
He's gonna flop a 7. Hot diggity damn.
All the nits and Mitch.
That's right. Up and downer for Scott, the pre-flop aggressor. Going to check to him. And never mind. No, it's not. Mitch is going to bet his straight flush gut shot and middle pair.
Absolutely.
And he gets it through. What?
He's like, boys, I have it. I always have it. Get out of my way, and I'm going to show it.
I mean, everyone else looks at it and they're like, I mean, I just don't get it. But yeah, I guess I was behind that, right? Like everybody just didn't have anything.
Well, and what I've been hoping is some of these plays he's making, will open up some of those. You know, we all have a little bit of that game in us, the wild plays, the crazy bluffs. I mean, most players have that have been playing this long and at this level, they've got some of that play in them. We just haven't seen it yet, and I'm hoping that Mitch's play will open some of that up.
No.
It's sort of contagious, you think?
Yeah.
We'll do it all over again.
Well, what's the sure thing for at least one?
And you were correct about the Sony thing. I did read though what was reported. The 5 Alamo Draft House cinemas here in DFW and a 6th one in Minnesota are closing their doors effective immediately. They were franchised, and the franchise or the group that owned those 6 is seeking bankruptcy. So those 6 will be closing. The rest of them are being bought out by Sony.
I see. Okay. Jack 8-4 on the flop. Pair of 8s for Mitch is best. Who would have guessed? Mitch. Go ahead and lead out.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been a while.
Yeah, you were like the first.
But yeah, you were
Alan with a
first-
question here in
first
the
hand.
chat
Yeah.
wants to know what the heck
I thought it was hard to
is
flop
nit?
those.
Eric, you want to take this one?
A nit is just kind of a derogatory term for the poker player who only plays the nuts, only plays big hands, aces, folds anytime he gets raised, just not very action. Nobody likes playing with somebody who, is not going to mix it up, folds all night long, waits for aces, ace king, those type of hands. And so they pass out these nit buttons, and it encourages more action because the last person to win a hand and show their hand and still has their nit button is going to be, I guess, has to pay a penalty. Is the result of the nit button game. The last person holding the nit button actually is going to have to pay a penalty. So it's just an extra incentive in this game to create more action. But a nit is just a term that players talk trash to each other about, playing too tight at the table.
Mitch is making sure you guys do not get rid of
And yeah, for anyone who's wondering, the nit game penalty is $100 per player for a total of $900, and that will be committed to 2 splash pots. Each one going to be $450. So the loser of the nit game does have an opportunity to win their money back, but they would have to win both of the pots back to back in order to fully redeem themselves,
Letting it go.
which is a bit of a tall order.
Hot potato with an E.
We've got a battle of the red ace kings, and we're all in and we're calling, and here we go. Massive $17,000 pot. Ace king versus ace king. Red on red violence. If it comes all red all the way down, there could be a cooler type situation. And sure enough, diamonds are live for Benham here. Needs another one on the turn.
What a tease.
Little free roll for Benham.
I know. It's not.
Jack 4. Mitch has Jack 4.
Yeah.
I think Benham's probably ahead right
Oh,
now.
the players haven't shown their hands.
I'm not going to bet on it.
Gonna
but
be
I
a
think
chop.
he is. I think Benham's got it at the moment.
Yeah, hack that thing in half. Keep your stack
I
and
was-
half of what's in the middle.
Chop it up.
And they are going to chop that. What is that? 275, 290.
One of the dealers did that in a tournament the other week, and
Yeah,
the guy
just get 8,700 in there to win $145.
Imagine
Little
a
fist
hand like
bump
that
for
on
good
the
matchup.
turn. Wow.
Oh, that would have been so
That
much
would've
fun.
been so
Yeah,
sweet.
if y'all had.
Yeah, and back to the westerns real quick while he's doing this. You know, I was just thinking about the era that I grew up in. The 90s was, you know, the years that I was a teenager and
I just did
a young kid.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at all these. I mean, Dances with Wolves is kind of considered a western, but Unforgiven, Tombstone, The Quick and the Dead, Maverick can be considered one. Posse was one. Quigley Down Under. I mean, there's just all the Young Guns movies. I mean, there's just City Slickers. I mean, just a big era for westerns. Kind of a, like you said, a renaissance of that genre kind of came about, and it's just kind of gone away. Maybe it's time to come on back.
And that ace king.
Yeah, we'll see.
This is free money.
I mean, I don't know anything about the story, so I'll have to watch a trailer to see if it looks compelling. Because, I mean, I'm very, you know, when it comes to cinema, I really like something that's original, that has some sort of compelling storyline. You know, maybe I'm going to be able to really become interested in the character development over the course of the film. But
9 o'clock.
God, it's like so many of these movies that come out these days just don't tug on any of those like heartstrings for me. I'm just like,
yeah.
All right, more CGI. We got some very cool graphics and a bunch of people I don't care about. And, oh, cool. Well, exactly what I thought was going to happen happened. And there's obviously a sequel in the mix. So, like, wow, great. Rinse and repeat.
Julian Vigil jumping in the chat saying, what about Roadhouse? Well, you're right. Not really a Western, but Mr. Western himself, Sam Elliott, was in that. I have not seen the new Roadhouse movie that was remade.
When do you have it?
Kind of avoiding it because I don't want it to ruin one of my favorite movies.
Nice enjoy.
And here we go. The Kevin Costner movie that's out now actually is called Horizon: An American Saga. And it's
it's already been released? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's
3 freaking hours. Actually, I think there are some showings that have been come out because there's obviously some critics and fan reviews, but I'm looking at release dates as June 28th for nationwide, so it doesn't look like it's actually been released.
Yeah, I thought it was coming up. So wait, is there a Rotten Tomatoes like?
There are Rotten Tomatoes reviews and IMDb reviews as far as numbers. So
interesting. All
interesting.
right, well,
Yeah. June 28th. That was
we'll
the
have
official
to
release.
Check it out, or at least keep it on the radar.
He must be pissed.
Yeah, someone
All
told
right,
me
Race.
of the Roadhouse movie before we go off on more movie tangents. There's big hands going on. What's the Conor McGregor was annoying as all get out in that, so I just decided I'd just rather pass.
And he just backed out of the big fight coming up too, right?
Slick Ric ain't backing out of this fight though.
Yeah, damn right. He's got 2 jacks from the $25 straddle, facing a raise in the cutoff, a 3-bet from Walker on the button, and Walker has been relatively quiet here. But Slick Ric gonna go for the cold 4. Makes it 1,200 to go. And Walker's like, come on, man. This is the one time that I'm getting out of line. And I just get cold 4-bet? Are you serious?
He's thinking about JD's call with Jack 4 of diamonds earlier that crushed his soul. Wisely lets it go, though.
I think more than anything, he's just like,
Oops.
why the hell, right? He's in the same boat as sort of OFC, right? It's just sort of these 2 spots at the table, OFC and Walker, who have just kind of gotten the short end of the stick almost in every time, like every position, every hand, every situation. And everyone else sort of moving chips around, either having a good time or at least being able to play. Benham, of course, has taken it in the shorts a few times, but he's still hanging around, got a smile on his face. Yeah, just kind of a tough night for those 2 gents. A thirsty Julian B. Hill in the chat here.
I'm laughing because Mr. Eric Chang would not have a Vietnamese accent because he's American, for one. But two, he's not Vietnamese, Julian, you jackass. But
Tony Ferguson in the chat. What's going on, man? Welcome. Thank you for those words. And indeed, we would always appreciate it if everyone hanging out with us here on this program hits the like button, helps us get this out to more viewers on the YouTubes as well as Twitch, Kick, Facebook, X, all of your favorite streaming platforms.
See, and Slick Ric just folded a King Jack of Hearts there. Okay, we got a flop already.
Finished in May.
All right, we got caught up with the graphics. I didn't see that at first because I was like, how are you ever folding to Mitch?
Yeah, not happening. And in fact, Mitch here is sort of digging himself a deeper and deeper hole as he is now bet 1K into 1655. OFC here out of position. Did not check raise the flop. Gonna need to go for the check raise at some point. Does he postpone it till the river, hoping that Mitch just continues to barrel? Or does he go for the raise now? Does have a fistful of black chips, and it looks like the time is now.
But he's building the server and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Rick's looking for work, I think it's
Are we clicking?
I think you're right.
Might be clicking.
Yeah.
A little bit over a click. OFC makes it 2,500.
We really haven't seen Mitch in any spots like this where he's had a big top pair type holding and facing a raise.
Yeah, 2,600, extra 100 snuck its way in there. And yeah, Mitch, he's done a lot of aggressive acting, but now for the first time, it feels like all night being put in a spot where he's actually on the defensive. And yeah, like he said, like how does he respond to this sort of a scenario? And I don't know. He's already got the demeanor of a man who is ready to let this one go. He might just dodge this bullet. Makes you wonder if you should just always play passively against someone who's been sort of blasting away all night, showing down a lot of bluffs, right? It's like as soon as you check raise them, maybe you give them an opportunity to get away, but no, it turns out OFC has picked the perfect time to go for it. Mitch makes the call. Pot goes up to 68.55, a little over, excuse me, a little under 1 stacked pot ratio, and it's going to be a full house now on the river. Mitch gets his 7 kicker promoted to the 8 on board. Not much of an improvement. And if you're thinking about sort of bluff combos that OFC can have, having the 7 of spades is kind of bad. You want him to have something like 6-7 of spades that floated the flop and picked up the up and down straight flush draw. Maybe 7-10 of spades. That doesn't make any sense. Floating. I don't know how you get here with many spades, really, but 7 of spades seems like one of the worst cards you could have.
Wow.
Oh, wow. He makes the massive 6K hero call, and OFC's patience over the course of the evening has been rewarded for a second time.
I like that river card.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, just Mitch thinking maybe these players are trying to play back at him now. And not giving him credit for having, even a bigger ace here. And OFC just had that sucker locked up from the jump.
And what an incredible result to have your set of 8s called by ace 7-0, right? I mean, it's everyone could kind of shake their heads and be like, oh, it's a little bit of a cooler if your opponent just has like ace king, right? Like, what are they gonna do? Fold on this run out? Like, look at this board. What do you lose to? Like backdoor 9 somehow? No, you got to make the call with ace king. But no, ace 7 makes the call. OFC gets the full dub. And now he's sitting on that bumblebee. Gonna have to find a nice little spot for that. Oh, I thought he had one.
Yeah,
oh,
he does.
No, it's all one case. Is it?
It you can really hardly tell, but that one on top is the yellow bumblebee chip there.
Okay, it is. Yep.
Yeah, and of course OFC, the player that's folded ace queen and ace king pre-flop, and folded the ace king after hitting top pair when Mitch had the quads. You know, so the fact that he's ripping all in, I think maybe he would think that one through. The opponent that he's playing against, he might think better of that call there. But yeah, Phony Turkison, max value and then some with eights full there. What a hand. What a hand.
No kidding. So we're seeing on screen here, it says Mitch is stuck 1.5K after paying that one off, as he did take a big hit, and I guess maybe, did he just like snap add on a little bit or something? Or else he added on earlier and I didn't really catch it. I thought he was just like straight up from the get-go.
He may have. He had another 7K in chips that he had on the rail at one point, and the dealer had to ask if those were in the game, and he said no, they were just bugging him in his pocket. So he may have just thrown those over to OFC.
I see. That makes some sense, because I didn't really see his stack really change. So,
at all, yeah.
okay.
It didn't change at all, yeah.
That makes sense. All right, we've got a 6-way flop developing.
OFC just flatted a 200 with queens here.
And here's the ace that will always come when you flat. God, do we have 7 players in here? I can't quite tell. It looked like we had hands sort of rotating off the screen, but it's going to be the top pair for Doc Hollywood. That is the only ace in the hand, and nobody has diamonds. So pretty strong hammerlock on this. Oh God, limp and fold of the queens. Doesn't lose anything, I suppose.
Yep. Had the two black queens. Not a lot of reason to continue with that action.
Check. 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 Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, OFC may have just been still caught up into the adrenaline of that last hand and just thought maybe I'll get cute and call and re-raise if somebody pops this pot up a little bit. But 7 ways with queens is not usually how you want to take a flop.
Yeah, the ghost of Carlos sort of came in and tickled him.
Where are you at, Carlos? When we miss our seat 5 staple. Hope you're out there running good somewhere or on a badass vacation.
Hell yeah. I'm ready for like a 3-month-long badass vacation after I ship a bracelet here in the next couple of weeks. That is pretty much exactly what the doctor will have ordered, if that is indeed the result that I come away with out in Vegas. So you can prepare yourselves for some fantastic Instagram updates from a very nice sunny and tropical part of the world.
From Dr. Double A.
What is it, 900.
Dr. Double A with another double gin and tonic.
And on another double date.
Ace King versus 6 Trey? Is this real life? Mitch making the call.
He's going to find his way to win this one, I think.
Check.
Scott
There he goes. There he goes. Hammers it. 2,000.
What?
Shows
pair
it.
of threes.
He says, I'm back, bitches.
Wow.
His king of clubs. Airball.
That is awesome.
Can't bluff him.
Well, one big hit isn't going to change up the way Mitch is going to play. Hit a pair and said, Pay me off or prove me that you got me beat here. Scott didn't want no
Yeah.
smoke with that ace-king.
Yeah. I mean, you let him get there. 3 on the turn.
Pink City, 2K.
One hand off. Let's see me 100 the last time.
No, I like that though. You know, the one big hit's not gonna get him off the mojo. And pocket eights for a third time for OFC. He's definitely not folding that hand. Would have binked a set on the turn on the first one. Just got a massive double up with eights, so he may have a new favorite hand here. OFC has always said for some reason that 7-3 is his favorite hand. Maybe pocket eights these days.
Yeah. Upgrade. Squeeze to 300 here from John in the big blind. Relatively modest squeeze size from out of position. He's already gotten called by Mitch, cold called from the straddle. Back over now to Doc Hollywood, who tried to limp his way into this pot. It's going to be another 250 for him to call, and he will commit the chips. OFC will do the same. Benham's like, yeah, of course, like King 7 of diamonds for sure, seeing it flop now for the price, given the size of the pot. And here we go, 5 players looking at a queen deuce deuce board, and the eights are, no, they're not good. John squeezed with the queen jack. That's right, I forgot that he was squeezing queen jack O, and he is going to bomb this. 1200 with the top pair jack kicker. And everybody will get out of the way. They'll show the queen, drag the pot.
Scott, JD, and Walker, all neighbors there. Still holding on to those knit buttons. Scott's gonna let his go. Doc's gonna wake up with the ace-8. He's gonna put in a call here for 50. Benham on the button with a suited 10-3 coming along. John calls with a suited queen 3. And Mitch says, no, we're not playing for 50, boys. Let's add a 0 to that. We're playing for 500. JD gets out. Walker gets out. Doc Hollywood calls. And Benham says, I got position on these two. I'm calling. 1,600 in the pot. Here we go. 8, 4, 3. Doc Hollywood flopping the best of it. You know Mitch is going to put some money out there. See how big he goes. Yeah.
I'm all in.
Wow. Instant all in.
Hello. Hello.
Mitch was like, I was enjoying these sun chips, thinking I was going to take down another pot with ace queen. And now you're all in for 8,900.
91, 92, about 92.
Sounds like it may be 9,100. We can see a queen was folded. Mitch only has 2 of the remaining queens as his outs. He does not want to give up that $1,100, but he is facing an $800 bomb, or $8,000, excuse me, re-raise from Doc.
And yeah, what an interesting collision here, right? These are the 2 players at the table that have played hands in the most unorthodox way this evening in relation to the sort of the rest of the table. For them to have this sort of massive overbet collision, right? It's just really fascinating. I mean, we're either gearing up for like one of the worst beats in history for Doc when a queen, you know,
he makes the call.
Wow.
This is insane. 19-4 in the pot. I think that's actually short a couple $100. As Doc had 9,100 in his stack. Oh, wow.
Queen
it is
doesn't
over.
matter any longer. And Mitch has donated that stack.
Holy
OFC
cheat.
And Doc Hollywood.
Just what
well,
the
I hope
doctor
Jeremy's
ordered.
not in the chat anymore.
Jeremy said FML last time. Let's hope he's not witnessing this one, as Doc is going to get a massive double up here. Biggest hand of the night, just short of 20K there, about 19K. That is wild indeed.
Yeah, when you hear the term sticky, you think of someone that just really doesn't want to fold many hands, and Mitch has shown himself to be just about the stickiest individual that you could possibly imagine here this evening, both in terms of pre-flop calling and now after the flop as well. So pretty extraordinary stuff. He is going to go into the bag here to get some additional fundage.
I think you knew what you exactly.
Going to get some cash monies out. For those that are enjoying this and thinking, hey, I want to get in on some of this action, I want to win a 20K pot, this is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. You contact the lovely Miss Mallory. You can scan that QR code or contact her at the phone number or the email here, and she will try to get you on this stream. There's always alternates on these games in case people bust out and want to go home early. We always have an alternate list, but we're looking for new players. Obviously, summer, a lot of people are traveling and doing stuff with the kids, so this is our normal big game that we stream every Tuesday night. It's been 2 5-10 before. This is a 5-10-25 game. Gets pretty big, so if you want to come take on some of these players in Dallas, contact Miss Mallory.
Bill here says you got to give the other guys some credit once in a while, and I mean, yeah, credit as well as just the fact that like this guy is 3x pot jamming you. Okay, well he bet 1100 first, right? So I guess it's like somewhere around 2x pot jamming on you on the flop, and yeah, you can have so many better hands, right? It's like. It's like if you found yourself in the spot where you had opened and now here you are with aces, right? You pocket aces. Like this is still a tough spot, right? You're like, shit, this guy just 2x pot jammed me on 8-4 deuce and I have pocket aces. Like, yeah, you're probably just like, fuck, I don't know. I guess I can't fold aces here. If I fold aces, then I'm probably folding everything. So you put your money in, and then you get shown the bad news on the turn that they hit an 8 and you just got sucked out on really hard, but you got your money in good. And the same can go for kings and queens and et cetera, right? All the way down the line. But then when you get into the high card hands, it's like, do you even need to be in that spot? It's whether it's credit or not, right? I mean, obviously, you can go with some reads and whatnot. I mean, that's a real thing. But if you're trying to be balanced, if you're trying to think about it from a perspective of, these are my good hands, these are my weakest hands, and let's try to have some sort of approach of sanity and strategy to how we approach it, instead of just going with our gut every time. You can fold some stuff. I mean, I was wrong the other night in that tournament. I sort of used that logic, found myself at the bottom of my range, said, okay, I guess I have to fold this. and was wrong. Here, sort of bottom of his range, decided to call and was wrong. So, yeah, goes both ways. 10's here for Scott. Still best, far and away the best of it. Mitch right back in the saddle. He is drawing to an ace only. But he actually, he's able to bet and take it down as the 10s do fold to the overcards and the spades. He'll try to show the ace X no spade, and instead we'll just end up showing 6.
200.
No way.
200.
Just can't get a clean flop.
What are we doing?
200 flip.
200 flip.
200?
Quad. I need quads again. And I got the button. I need it.
This does not count for.
Do what?
Doesn't count for nit.
Tony says rebuy. Yeah, he
Not that it
did.
matters
So
for you.
he reached into his bag and pulled out some cash so that he could send the cash across the table instead of the chips, and
Same odds, yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying like, if you win it,
then the chip runner went and got
more than paid. But yeah, same odds.
You're right.
Mr. Doc Holliday his shiny new chippies, which he is now playing as we go into dealer change and a $200 flip. Matthew wants to know, did you take the plant home? You're damn right I did. I earned that plant fair and square. And by fair and square, I mean I got out of the room and no one stopped me as I went out the front door. So, yep, proud new owner of the plant. And I will forever cherish its presence as a reminder of my 6th place finish in a tournament that I probably should have gotten first. But such is life. And yeah, that was fun. I'm glad you saw that.
I'm not doing anything here. Well, that'll work. Check. 8 jack ace. 8 jack ace.
All right.
That's probably
7-9 is the nizzles. 7-4 be pretty good as well.
7-9. 7-9.
Someone's got the 7-9. Looks like maybe JD over there.
7-9. 7-9. Is that the third one you've won? Jeez.
Oh, did Mitch get it? I think Mitch won it. It was Mitch pitching the 7-9 across the table, so a little bit of a rebate on that payoff as he'll pick up not just $800 but $1,600 in profit this time from the $200 flip. Pretty good spot. All right, let's do another shout out here for our current promotions. We've got our where did it go? There it went. 9 hours for 99 bucks all through the month of June.
Hell yeah.
1 redemption per member per day per club. No buying for other players, but go on down to TCH Social. Go on over to Texas Card House there in Dallas. Get yourselves some hours at a discounted rate. And don't forget that the even bigger one is kicking off starting tomorrow. All sorts of good stuff coming at you over this weekend. Get yourself some discounted hours. Get in to the mix on what is sure to blast the guarantee out of the water. Big tournament, $300 buy-in, a couple of starting flights, both early and in the afternoon to suit your fancy. Day 3 on Monday, going to be live streamed, so all sorts of good stuff here on TCH Live, including tournament final tables. As we get back to the action here, ace, jack, deuce on the flop, queen on the turn. It's now second set for Walker. JD with a whole lot of not much.
Not a good time to be putting out $1,000.
Yeah, when Walker checks back the flop, which is what I presume happened, JD sort of took it as an opportunity to be like, okay, you know, maybe have something that did not connect with the ace, and I can sort of push you off of it. And if Walker had kings, I think he's probably going to just like shrug, roll his eyes a little bit, and then maybe let it go. Yeah.
Yep. But Walker had the ladies.
Jam was weaker than call.
Bad timing there. And
I don't know.
since I went out to grab a coffee and came back in, and I'm seeing a question in the chat that you probably already answered, but I need to know the answer. Did we take the plant home, Aaron?
Get called with the set. That's
The
what I'm
plant
saying. Yeah.
belongs to us. All your plant are belong to us.
Oh man, that was awesome.
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't quite get it fair and square, because the original aspect of the plant was that the tournament I was playing in, when I'd made the final table on that one, they didn't actually have a trophy for that one. They normally did, so it was sort of awkward that it was just like, oh no, we don't have a trophy for this one, but you know, it's still the same tournament. So the joke was, well, if I win, I want the plant as the trophy. I did not end up winning that one, and then I also did not end up winning this last one, but I still took the plant. So.
Yeah, I know.
It reminded me of Wedding Crashers when he says, "I'm taking the painting, Todd. It was a gift." He took the painting.
All right, 10-5 deuce here. Top pair for JD. Mitch 3 to a straight, 1 overcard. Backdoor spades working, but just with a 9.
Coffee, water, beer, sodas.
JD will not be bluffed off of this one.
Yeah, I think that's right. But Mitch may also not be bet off of this one, as he is going to stick around. 3 to a straight, 1 overcard. And no help on the turn.
But he's going to bomb it. He's reaching for chips.
Yeah, pretty much the worst card in the deck for him to represent, given his exact holdings. And JD finally with a hand that can really hold on, right? He's been bluffed out of so many pots by Mitch that this is the time where he is just like, oh, all right, I'm not folding. And if you just somehow have it this time, like if that 4 like improved you, you got me, bud. There's the call from JD. 600 more into the middle. 2240 now. As we go to an ace on the river. 1-liner to a straight. That's actually kind of scary. Can Mitch find the massive bomb here that could actually get JD to fold his middling strength hand now?
Yeah, he has to. I mean,
he started by grabbing those 1Ks. He had all of his 1Ks in his mitt at one point. He's now reassembled them with more black chips. Is he really going to do this? I mean, this is like a 1.5x overbet if he puts all these chips in. Oh, wait, he has sized it down substantially. This is now less than pot. About 2/3. It is one of the worst cards in the deck that JD could have seen roll off. But he is not going to be pushed around. Not again. He makes the call, and he's correct.
nice call, JD. Will not be pushed around.
Yeah. Yeah, nice call there. And I mean, a very aggressive attempt there from Mitch. Of course, we've seen a couple of those here tonight that have both worked and have not. But, yeah, wow.
Back-to-back hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a great bluff. I mean, the spot had been an hour and a half earlier, and he hadn't already been bluffed twice by that same player. I think that gets through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the sort of the backfiring of, you know, showing so many bluffs as Mitch has done here, right? Like every time he's gotten a bluff through, he's turned it over and showed the table. And let's be honest, he's done it quite a few times. So the data points have really started to collect. And then he's doubled up a couple of players with hands that arguably were not inside of your normal calling range. So, yeah, there's sort of a lot of momentum going against Mitch playing the same game. Maybe the time was even a little while ago, but certainly now seems to be the time to pivot and start tightening up. You know, maybe you start just playing more premium type holdings and only getting after it when you actually have a real hand, so that your opponents will be like, okay, now he's bluffing. He's been bluffing all night long, and boom, you catch him, right? So
sure. I mean, eventually you do run into it, and of course we saw he ran into it a couple times now.
Yeah, but still trying to make some stuff happen. He is not slowing down one bit, even after taking all of these punches here as of late. He is going to flop a gut shot to the nuts. No one else connecting with this board other than Doc Hollywood, the dummy end of the gut shot. Wow, Doc Hollywood fires out 2,000 into 2580 with ace high and a gut shot. Mitch 2 overs and his own gut shot, his to the nuts. An all in here would be absolutely savage from him and would probably get the job done.
And normally we wouldn't even consider that an option, but tonight and with Mitch, that is an option.
I mean, calling is also just abysmal for Doc, right? Like, Doc wants folds or nothing. I mean, he only wants folds. Like, a call or a raise is obviously just like, okay, I lose.
Yeah.
And there is the call. My goodness, Mitch gonna float him.
This is crazy. Oh.
And wow. It's another sort of setup situation here. Doc already getting a full double up from Mitch earlier. Is gonna go all in though, and this will be presumably a spot for Mitch to fold, and he does. Okay.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Yeah, pretty fortunate card too. You know, for Doc with an all-black board, he's got a red ace-king offsuit, gets a red king on the turn after getting called by, you know, in his mind, Lord knows what. You know, what the hell does Mitch have here, calling me for 2K, and just binks top pair. So great card for him, and Mitch has to shut down whatever plans he had there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Mr. John Martinez joining us here from the Horseshoe Casino in Hammond, Indiana. Man, all my words are hards here tonight. 1-3 table he's playing at. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to the stream, and good luck in your 1-3 game. Maybe you can run pure like Mr. OFC and Mr. Doc Holliday have been doing here as of late. Hitting some big hands, getting paid.
Hammond, Indiana, awesome. Where is Hammond? Where's that close to?
Mitch here with a real hand this time. John limping early position, ace-9. Mitch makes it 300. Slick Ric and John make the call. So 3 players to a flop. Can Mitch get something going here, or will he run into it again? And he is going to run into it in the worst way. It's the flopped middle set for Slick Ric, but he has an overhand, an overpair. And there is no chance that he is not playing this as fast as possible and likely to get dusted. And Slick Ric here now has seen the story. He knows how it ends. All he has to do is just let Mitch continue to drive the bus. And he does just make the call. John here with the overcards. The ace of hearts, a pretty important card, so he's going to float. Full house now on the turn for Slick Ric. Checks it over once more, as does John. Wow. Somehow, some way, we go check, 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 turn, and check, 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 river. And Slick Ric, who was in a position to get all of Mitch's chips, only drags.
Yeah, that was
what
wild.
in
That is
there.
not the way I saw that hand ending.
I turned it off. I pulled it.
Mitch did have a different gear. He shut it down, went into a lower gear, and lost the absolute minimum there.
Oh.
Ace.
I mean, it makes some. It
on the
makes
river
some
really
sense. Yeah. Ugh. It makes a lot of sense, like why it got checked down. Oh, but man, just such a bad result for Slick Ric.
Yeah, I'm surprised Slick Ric with an ace hitting, you know, not putting something out there to try to get some value from a set there. Obviously, you know, we mentioned earlier, sometimes you check to that aggressive player to try to get them to pile into it. But, you know, even putting out a blocker size bet, maybe he does pile, or at least you get 2 calls.
Yeah, that's certainly the river result that would have been more favorable than check check, is that you just sort of put a little feeler out there and hope that someone reads it as weakness. And if they did pair the ace, it's like, oh well, this guy's got a weak hand, I can raise for value, whatever, right? But yeah, pretty rough. Great result for Mitch, of course. I mean, he should be just reaching into the bag again at this point, given that he flops an overpair to the board against a middle set. Walker in the mix here, gonna call with the ace-queen high against Benham. And they both pair the ace now on the turn. They'll be chopping if we get to showdown. All right, deuce of diamonds now on the end, 6K in the middle, and Walker and Benham both with less than pot behind. It's going to be an all-in and an easy call. Chop it up.
Chop it up. Didn't love
That
it.
game is over, right?
Yeah.
When did we start again? I think it finished here.
It did finish here.
Yeah, we have time for one more, probably.
One more round.
You couldn't have had ace jack suited?
How about you? You should have. Why don't you have it? Yeah.
I said it first, that's why.
Nice call.
I think I had ace seven.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ace seven.
You couldn't have a bluff when you have like ace 8.
Exactly. Well, yeah.
Shout out
Don't think
to
I did
Elliot,
that call
who's
ace eight,
dealing
yeah.
in the box now.
Yeah,
Deals over at LC and
Yeah, yeah.
plays in a lot of tournaments. He's going to be
Mitch has
dealing.
taken over the bottom spot on the totem pole, stuck 14.
Oh, wow.
400.
Yeah, big difference from the way this stream started.
Very true. Do we have a number on what he, I mean, I guess it's not important, but what he came out of the last game with, but, you know, you said he was the big winner, so he's sort of
I
playing
think he
with
was
house
up
money
16.
here.
I think he was up 16K or 14K last time.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a kind of polar opposite of the rest of the table. I mean, he was way ahead of everybody else. You could always go back and check that stream there, but
Well, potentially still playing with house money here. you know, that's the way to think about it in terms of having a big winning session and then putting those back on the felt for another session.
When it gets back to you.
Definitely, most of us understand the concept of being upstuck, where you have a big win and then you give it all back and you're like, oh, what happened?
Not with the threes here.
All right, John here, going to take down a small pot, and we will continue on to
That works for me.
hand number 83 of our Tuesday high stakes
Just to make sure we
edition,
get through it.
TCH Live 212 of you fine folks hanging out with us here this evening. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, for hanging out with us each and every week. For those of you that are subscribed to the channel and come back and watch us, we look forward to having you check out the final table of the even bigger one, excuse me, that will be live streamed on Monday.
That's right. Hopefully you'll see my ugly mug up there on that final table. I have yet to make one of our
chiseledly handsome mug, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've yet to make any of our big stream final tables here. Final tabled some of our dailies, but not any of these big ones, and I'm ready to get up there.
Hell yeah. Well, we ready to see you do it. So,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm ready to hang out with you in Vegas.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, make it happen.
That should be enough time.
We have a factor here.
Ace high for OFC, still best on the all Choctaw nuts flop. Jack deuce. Mitch gonna do some betting and he's gonna do some winning, and then we're gonna play the Nick game.
Because we just don't have enough action tonight.
This is true. There's never enough action.
Well, maybe if Jeremy is still in the chat, he knows how much Pops came away with last stream. Trying to get to it now, but
Make sure I don't lose.
I'm
Always
guessing that Jeremy may have turned the stream off at this point.
yeah, and you don't
Maybe
blame him,
hiding
you
under
know.
a bed
Yeah,
somewhere.
but I'm pretty sure you're up in our Nick game hands, though. Standard, yeah, standard. Standard cooler.
Everybody.
Scott here, ace queen off, gonna raise it up to 300.
For this stream.
Doc Hollywood,
You don't even know how to make content.
$23,000. Look at those big tubes of black
It's
chips.
fitness now.
Yeah. That's why I got to fucking pivot.
Sitting on the king jack offsuit. Who's gonna make the call?
I mean, fitting this in the mouth.
What are we fitting in the mouth?
What do you want to fit in the mouth? What do you want?
Depends on whose mouth.
What were those cards?
Nothing. Candy.
All right, heads up to a flop. Scott and Doc. Comes 9-4-4. Ace high still best.
Double the revenue.
And
You
betting.
get $10 in ad
Full
revenue instead
pot.
of 5 for every video.
He was bragging that his following is like, what, 25% women now, right?
That's a good
No,
spot.
it dropped down again.
Oh, it dropped? Oh.
It's because they found out which way you swing.
Appreciate that, Tony. Thank you so much for that. Says always action on TCH. They deserve more views and likes. LFG.
Just start posting those shirtless.
100 likes would be pretty fantastic.
Scott's like, fuck the net game.
If
I'm
y'all
done.
haven't hit the like button, it'd be pretty
Watch
awesome
us
if you
speed run
help
through
us
this.
out.
On ace time.
Absolutely. Not enough likes, and one of those likes was mine, and I know Aaron did his duties as well. Smashing that like button. There we go. I'm near the end of the stream from last week, and I got Mitch up 8K, but I know he finished with a little more than that. Either way, had a great stream last time. Was really off to just an absolute tear tonight. Could do no wrong, and just finally ran into a couple of just really big hands.
Gives me a reason to get in there.
He's still got an hour and 15 minutes left to spin this sucker back up, Aaron.
I opened 11.
Sure does, and these stack depths are very much preparing us for an even larger pot than the 20K that we saw get taken down earlier. Doc Hollywood is out of there once again with an opportunity to close the action with a, sort of big suited hand, but he lets the king four diamonds go and would have flopped top pair. However, with all these players in there, it's OFC who flops the best of it with bottom set. John up and down straight draw and a couple of gutties here for Benham and Mitch. We're going to check all the way through, and it's Quadzilla now here on the turn.
Wow.
OFC with the goods.
Just hoping somebody's got a straight or something here.
Yeah, it's really hard. That's on Pat. It's really like work. You know, it's truly like laborious. And they're not
Looking for another Broadway card here. It's a deuce on the end. It does bring in the front door clubs, but nobody contains even a single club in hand.
I like knowing
So OFC unlikely to get any further value. Let's see if he bets here or checks. He's going to bet. Goes for your version of the play. Goes for the tiny little tickle on the end. Hoping
tickle.
that someone will represent the flush or just have it.
Yep. The tickle works.
I do like that play. I've used this one to great effect myself, and he's going to get at least another 800 from John. Well, no, exactly 800, because when OFC goes all in, John is going to sigh and throw his hand into the muck faster than the Roadrunner. Faster than the Roadrunner.
Four more?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, he has how much to have?
Come on, man.
John wanted. John wanted hello.
OFC stuffs it in there. John does a little bit of Hollywood just to sort of make it look like he's laying down something that's got some value other than just a pair of twos. And OFC going to drag a nice one, moves himself up over 20K, and with that hand, I'm going to go ahead and step on out, let Mr. Eric Van Loozen man the helm here for the rest of the night. You guys all have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the show. And I'm back to Vegas starting next week, so I'll be there for hopefully 3 weeks, taking it deep in the main event. We'll see what happens. We've got a lot of poker to be played out there, so if you follow me on Instagram, @WordsAreHards, you can keep up with me while I try to win a bracelet. But
that's right. That was @WordsAreHards with an S on the end of it. Aaron McAvoy, thank you, brother. Congrats again on another final table, and safe travels. If I don't talk to you between now and next Tuesday, my man, hoping for some deep runs for myself this weekend and for you next week.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much. And, yeah, I'll be looking out for your FT run and your top 3 finish, so you can come out and hang out with me out there.
Rock and roll, buddy.
Heck yeah. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the show. See you in a couple of weeks. Adios.
Peace. All right, gang. Well, don't go anywhere. We still have another hour and 15 or so minutes. 203 of y'all still hanging tough with us. Watching this crazy 5-10-25 no limit game. We have had some swings across the table tonight with chips just a-flying. And don't see it slowing down. If anything, it may speed up. They have the knit button game still going. Got an ace-king versus an ace-8. Benham's got the best of it so far. Just like Doc Hollywood's hand. Trip 8s for Benham with the ace-8. Doc Hollywood not going to go crazy with the ace-king this time. Benham just hoping he's got an overpair. No clubs in hand for Doc. Really thinking this one over, but he's going to let it go. Venom getting rid of that net button, showing that he had the goods.
I swear I put you on ace 8. I'm like, it's gotta be my luck. I have ace king.
When you fold, I think I had this. I
Ace
was
eight
hoping
is
you had
hot.
pocket.
Yeah.
Nice hand, man.
Thank you.
I can't
Is
ever
ace,
outflop
is
Venom.
ace 8 called something? The hand?
The dead man's hand, that's right.
Dead man's hand? That's what it's called?
Why?
I don't know.
I think that movie, Tombstone, the guy at ace 8, and then they killed him.
No.
Probably dead man. I think it's from Tombstone. Wyatt Earp.
Talk to the 25 though.
What?
No.
Oh, you said Doc.
OFC going to put in a call with a suited king 5. We know Mitch is not going anywhere, even when raised. John H. going to raise it up. 200. Mitch has a suited 10 deuce. JD is going to let go his suited jack. And we have a 3-bet and immediate all in and an accidental exposed card.
Dog, if Doc folded that, then I definitely.
I didn't even see what that was that Doc folded there. He exposed his cards on accident. So we know those aren't coming. And now Walker in a dilemma.
Best case, I'm flipping.
Same dilemma from earlier when OFC had the ace king. Scott ripped it with queens.
I think about
Scott this time has the jiggities.
So approximately 5.
And Walker thinking, am I really going to have to fold ace king here with the nit button game going?
Okay.
Says okay. It hasn't acted yet.
You want to see it?
I would love to. Fuck. I folded ace king. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I'm pretty good at this.
I like all these ace king folds.
Scott says, you want to see it? Walker says, absolutely. And then drops the F-bomb when he sees that the jacks are what he was up against.
Never seen him jam with jacks. There.
You're still flipping. Just,
So when he jammed
yeah,
with
just
queens
didn't want to
against
go
one, I had
full on
ace king,
flip
like,
there
that's
for his whole
rock
stack.
bottom queens.
That's exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
And Scott's saying, man, I sure love all these ace kings folding to me when I've got jacks and queens.
I don't have these with you guys. You guys do, yeah.
I don't think JD's laying that down.
Consult me. Is that cool, Scott?
Yeah. Don't you have a firm that does that?
JD is a consultant. He wants to consult the players on how to play ace king properly.
I'm a little red out, so I'm off tilt, so that won't happen.
It is a drawing hand. It'll get you in trouble when you don't hit, that's for sure.
Queens, kings, really. Same man.
And I always feel much better if I'm the one ripping it with ace king versus having to make that call.
What?
Walker's going to wake up with the ace queen this time, though, and he's going to 3-bet John's open,
Honestly, the
making
queen's
it
hand was the only reason it took so
375.
long. Like, if I hadn't seen him show the queens earlier when he jammed, I would have snap folded.
Queen was. I was surprised to see queens, to be honest.
You gotta play a little faster with all the 7 blinds and the fucking. I mean, you can't just wait around.
Yeah, but you know that I know that you raised, and then I re-raised. So
King, king, deuce on the flop.
You know?
Great turn card for John. Now has a flush draw.
It's me and Scott, Doc.
People give OFC
Has
credit.
34% equity now, with just 7 high.
OFC's assuming people giving them credit. Huh?
With 11 blinds.
And Walker just not ready to give away this ace queen yet.
Yeah, with quad 10s, and what was the other one? That helps the balancing act.
And John is going to get there with a pair of 6s.
$1,800 bluffs on the river, which y'all didn't see yet.
Yeah, with the nuts, you know, tough game.
this goes to showdown, Walker's going to be sick.
He didn't get called today, so.
Made a good call on the turn. Just not been his night so far. I know he wants to make a hero call, and he does. He gets the bad news.
John, why don't you do that with an ace? Why don't you bet with that?
Did the river go check?
John, if a spade
He bet tight, bet small.
On my both hands. Oh, yeah. That's a little bit, buddy. I thought I had that maybe.
Takes it down, gets rid of his knit button.
Because what's going to call me, Wayne? Keep call?
Yeah, we've seen some ace-queen suited, ace-king suited. Both of those were OFC, folding pre-flop. Then he folded ace-king suited after hitting a king, top pair at the time. When Mitch had flopped quads, that was quad sixes early on. And then that was another ace-king folded there against Jack. So yeah, it's definitely tight. I don't want to call it, you know, completely nitty. Probably situational, playing your opponent specifically. Scott's definitely not known to get, you know, real out of line unless he's got some sort of a big draw or a big hand like that. You heard Walker say that had he not shown those queens earlier, he would have snap called him, but he really was thinking that, you know, that was the range. Queens plus. But yeah, still tough, you know, this gambling is part of this game, and sometimes you just got to get it in, and, you know, flips are part of it. You got to win those flips. Four ways to this flop. Good flop for OFC. Top pair.
On your burner. He's just kidding. No burner.
Fuck this Walker kid.
He'll is it on me bet. Usually a symbol of strength. Slick Ric, the only one getting out of there. And great turn card for OFC. Fresh off of quad 10s. He's going to get trip 9s here. Which is going to make it less likely that he's got a 9 in Benham's eyes. Benham has second pair.
Another one, I swear.
So he's going to try to take it down now.
Unless he's talking about me.
John did not improve. Did not get a club or any sort of equity. Back to OFC. And that's got to put off a little something for Benham. Benham now has 3 pair. OFC improves to a full house with 9s full of 3s. And he's going to check it, though. And Benham, too smart.
You had 6s?
No, you're good.
Benham, too smart, says, no, no, no. I'm not putting another dollar in this pot and paying you off. Nice hand there, though, for OFC. Try to get Benham to bet one more time. This is normally the time on the Tuesday night streams that my brother RJ Dupree joins me. RJ is out tonight. I think he's doing some family stuff. Saw he was out watching the Rangers Mets, I think, earlier. Shout out to RJ. You are missed, my friend. So it's just going to be me here for the last hour. Y'all feel free to load up this chat with any questions that you have. Always love knowing where everybody's watching from. So if you haven't already chimed in, let me know where you're watching the stream from tonight. This is obviously TCH Live. Tuesday night is our Dallas stream. TCH Live also streams from Austin, Houston, and now the Rio Grande Valley too. So definitely subscribe to the channel and check out some of those other streams. They do everything from 1-2, 2-5, 5-10, and some tournament streams. So check it out. They'll mix in some PLOs and some other streams as well. So subscribe to the channel, get all the updates on all the upcoming streams. But this is TCH Dallas, as you can tell by the felt. Got that cool Dallas skyline on that felt. Queen 6-3 rainbow. There we go, got the cameras ready. Doc Hollywood with the best of it here. He's gonna put 600 into a $300 pot. Mitch had opened it for 100, and Doc Hollywood says, I ain't messing around with my top pair. I'm gonna take this down and get rid of my nit button. Karan Parvadia, hope I didn't butcher that. Watch from Ocala. Thanks for tuning in. How's the weather out in Florida? Seen a lot of videos with a lot of sharks that are migrating right now on those beaches. It's one of my phobias, but I love the ocean, so my ass is still going to get in that water. Got a cool band I like named A Day to Remember from Ocala. Not sure if you're into them, but had heard of them before, or had heard of Ocala because of them. Slick Ric gonna raise it up to 250. Benham says no, 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 let's play for more. He's gonna raise it up 3-bet to 800. And we all know Mitch is not going anywhere with a suited king. He's got king 10, still holding his nit button. He's gonna come along. Pensacola, Florida. Hell yeah. Florida is in the house. Do they have any good card rooms, Ronnie, in the Pensacola area?
First time.
It's obviously a destination a lot of folks travel to. Pensacola, Destin, Panama City. Let me know if you got any cool card rooms there.
Such an ugly term. And yeah, you could have that. I got to call both streets. They're going to come hard, man.
Oh, wow. Huge flop here for Benham. Benham's flopped 2 pair. Slick Ric with the instant fold. He just had ace high. Mitch jams for 49.75, and Benham snaps him off. He's going to need a 10 and a 10 only on the river. 2 pair, no good. Top 2 for Benham. And Mitch goes down in flames once again.
Yeah, I think he's got him.
Man, the tables have just completely turned on Mitch as he is now down over 20K, almost 21,000 for the night. I mean, he was just tearing this table up for probably the first 2 hours of the stream, putting in bluffs, flopping monster hands. Could have easily gotten paid off when he flopped quad 6s, but OFC made a really tight fold and a really smart fold with ace king. But he has just been running into it ever since, and if the money didn't get in on that flop, it was no doubt getting in on the turn where he hit 2 pair. What a turn of events. And Mitch may be calling it a night as he's getting rid of that nit button.
All right, I'm out of here, guys. See you, Mitch.
Thanks for coming in, Mitch, man. You are always welcome on our stream. Running good, running bad, everything in between. We don't care. You're a blast on the stream. Your son Jeremy was tuned in, cheering you on. I know I'm sure he wasn't the only family member that was watching you and rooting you on, but you're always welcome on the stream, Mitch. Bringing that kind of action like you do. One of the most entertaining players I can say that I've had the pleasure of doing commentary on since I started this, a little over a year ago. And Ronnie's saying the closest places to play poker, you got Dog Tracks and then Biloxi, close to the panhandle of Florida. So, right on, man. Sure, there's an underground scene, but I prefer to definitely play in legal rooms and casinos.
I was just like, it was just a saying, you know. Like, I'm just letting you guys, I'm not part of the Three Amigos.
Oh, you're not part of the third. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
We were giving you the option to be young.
Yeah, I'm saying no. I'm saying. I just wanted to clarify in the stream. You know, like,
Absolutely, Thomas. You nailed it. He was fun last week when you were on, and fun again tonight. Always good chat and undeniably good action. That, if you're wanting to know how you get on this stream, not only once, but get invited back on, that's how you get on. Being a player that comes and wants to put chips in play. Nobody wants to see somebody knit it up all night long and fold for 5 hours. We want to see you come on and have a good time. And whether you're a poker pro or just somebody that is an amateur and wants to spin up a stack with these guys, this high stakes game is definitely the reason that we all come in for Tuesday night, watch this, is we're wanting to watch big action and see big pots. And Mitch definitely provides all of the above. And I'm sure he'll be back.
What's going on? I'm so confused.
Uh-oh, got a misdeal.
Because he's...
All right, well, Elliot's going to reshuffle these cards real quick. And once again, want to remind everybody, anybody that's just tuned in, tournament poker players or cash players wanting to maybe take a stab at a fun tournament with a huge prize opportunity. The even bigger one is something that we do here at Texas Card House in Dallas once a month. $250,000 is the guaranteed prize pool. We know we're going to crush that sucker, though. It starts tomorrow, 2 flights every day. You can play and bag multiple flights. Take your biggest bag to day 2. The other bag would just be a minimum cash. But 10% go to day 2, and everybody that makes day 2 is in the money. Day 2 is going to be Sunday, 6/23, and Monday, the 24th, is the final table. And we are going to stream that final table, so your opportunity to turn $300 into $50K, maybe even $70K. I've seen it get as big as 70 in this even bigger one. So come on out starting tomorrow and fire at this big tournament. Your opportunity for a serious bankroll builder. You can bank one of these tournaments for $300, turn that into $60K. That is a hell of a prize, even after Uncle Sam gets his filthy paws on it. Not much doing here. We've got a 10 high. Walker has the best of it with a pair of 4s, but he's not going to want to call any bet from Slick Ric unless he's just got a soul read on. Slick Ric's going to take that one down.
He's mean to me, but I was defending him.
Mr. Asit says, "Hi guys, I'm back in India," and he misses TCH already. Well, we had an absolute blast hanging out with you here at TCH Asit. You're welcome back yourself anytime.
Walker at ace queen here and just fucking snap mucked it on your ass.
Loved having you in the room, and obviously like having you back in the chat, but I think we prefer you to be in the room, my brother. So let us know when you're coming back in town. We'll roll out that red carpet for you, my man. And we got JD with the knit button. Walker still holding on to his.
I was almost hoping Walker won that hand somehow, you know? Just fuck this guy up. I'll pay the 800. Fuck him up.
JD throwing some shade over Slick Ric's way.
I just don't like leaving a
double through.
Yeah.
Because it shuts down.
So I gotta cover the clinic. We're like 50 patients.
More of the 50. Got it.
That's why it was.
Okay, yeah, we can do fine.
JD gonna open this one up to 350. Walker has to fold his trash hand. But Benham is gonna come along and make JD earn that knit button. And JD is gonna smash this flop, top pair. And he is gonna continue for sure. It's not a small bet. Benham does have backdoor clubs and 2 overs, so he's going to come along. Does not improve. JD's hand does improve. He's got a diamond draw. Benham picks up a little equity with a gutter ball now. He could hit a 9 for a straight, 10 or king to win this hand. And JD's going to check it over to him and allow Benham to maybe bluff at this. JD's definitely not folding top pair here with now his diamond draw to go with it. See if he elects to check raise. He doesn't. He's just going to make the call here. Maybe let Benham hang himself a little bit here. JD river, excuse me, trip 8s. He's going to check it over to Benham. Benham is not going to put JD on that hand when he checks it to him. He's going to put out a healthy bet, and JD is saying cha-ching. 1450. Over betting the pot. There's now, okay, I'm sorry, there is 4,000 in the pot now. Got about 3/4 pot.
You guys are all. There's not a lot of fold equity. You don't factor
And
that
JD's
in.
thinking to himself,
It's tricky.
what could he possibly have to beat me here?
Yeah, of course, I can never get a pin.
Or how much can I get him to call? Probably thinking the latter here. Only a few hands that beat JD's hand.
I guess no both.
No. The last stream I played here.
Of course, we can see that Benham is not going to be able to call any raise with just king high. And JD does make it 4K. Benham immediately folds king high. JD shows the queen 8, trip 8s. And Walker is going to have to pay out another nit game. Just hadn't been Walker's night tonight. He's going to lose the nit game again. Karan in the chat asking, what is the nit button? So those red buttons throughout the show tonight and throughout almost all of our Tuesday nights, they pass out these nit buttons. Basically, it's to prevent players from playing like nits or complete tightwads, right? So they have a $100 nit button game going, meaning that the last person to get rid of their nit button, and in order to get rid of your nit button, you have to win a hand and show your cards, whether it's pre-flop or goes all the way down to the river. You have to show what your hand is, then you get rid of your nit button. The last person holding that button has to pay a $100 penalty for each player. So there's obviously nine players at the table to start the game, and they put all of that money into a splash pot in this case. Sometimes they just pay out individually that $100 per player. Here lately, they've turned it into a splash pot. So currently, there is a splash pot. And they're going to do 2 splash pots back to back. So split up the nit button penalties. Walker does have a chance to win that money back, though. And he's going to wake up with 2 kings. And John's probably going to think, oh, he's just trying to win his money back.
I was just about to ask you.
Yeah, that's good. You have aces? No.
John hates hearing that. He says, do you have aces?
What are you guys doing? What's the place?
They are going to run this twice. Oh, Jack on the flop. The case Jack. Jack 9 of diamonds, indeed, is what OFC had.
No, I had another. I had Jack 9.
No running spades, thank God, for Walker.
You always go, no,
They
you
are
always
going to
gotta
chop
go for
that
the
pot
scoop.
up.
Always go for the scoop.
And John is thinking his lucky stars because he's going, how did you wake up with kings in that spot?
Yeah, queens and then kings.
Walker's just saying, it is not my night. I should be scooping that pot with pocket kings.
You okay? I will. $200 back? Yeah, this one should be 800. Yeah.
We all throw in 100.
So here is the second splash pot that Walker's had to pay into.
Whoa.
He got a quarter of it back.
Okay, well.
What the hell?
2-minute warning.
On the last hand there.
We have many. We got 30 minutes. It's running 10, 15.
Well, FC is going to let go of the 6 deuce of hearts. Bidham fresh off of a double up with the king queen. He's going to raise it up to 150. John fresh off of a chopped pot with pocket jacks. He's going to wake up with ace king. And now JD's going to wake up with 2 black 6s. So he's going to call John's 3-bet. Scott with the king jack, easy fold for him. Doc Hollywood's got pocket 7s though. He's actually got the best hand. He's going to come along, and Venom's going to complete. Going 4 ways times 400. Oh, queen 7 deuce. Venom flopping top pair, but Doc Hollywood has absolutely smashed this board. Rainbow flop. He's got middle set, and he wastes no time. Leads out for what looks like 2K. Or 19, I believe. 1,900. And now Benham's sitting here going, what the hell? I've got top pair. Pretty damn good kicker. I'm going to make this call. And John left saying, oh, what could have been? Big Slick. It's what you do with Big Slick when you whiff. Just throw it away. So now there are 2. And a king or queen would be devastating for Benham. Doc Hollywood not going to slow down. Thought he might slow down a little bit, but he's going to go big. 3K. Got to be putting off some alerts to Benham, but he's just got too strong of a holding. He's going to come along for one more street. Makes the call. Could be a scary card. The King Jack gets there. We saw King Jack was already folded. Doc Hollywood shouldn't think that any King Jack or straight has gotten there. Yeah, and his buddy OFC says, why did you check 7s?
It was a friendly check.
Wow. If you bet that fold.
Yeah, I don't think he was scared of much there. Maybe thought Benham was going to do something there on the river after calling him for 3K. Definitely missed some value there. Not sure how big he was going to go, but I think Benham would have called another, decent sized bet. Not an all-in. But yeah, decides to check there. We've seen a couple of those. Kind of friendly appearing checks on the river. Maybe players thinking that their opponent is going to put some money in there, but you got to value bet that set of 7s there. They got their back door with some sort of miracle. God bless them. But you got to get value out of a set of 7s there. Scott going to wake up with another pair on the button this time with pocket queens. Gonna 3-bet.
Everything would be different, John. Everything would be different. It would be completely different cards. No. Everything would be different. The cards would have been in a different order from the last hand. Everything would be better. Butterfly effect, buddy. You're never getting king.
John, you want to see it?
Are you saying with the actual hand they got down here?
Scott playing a little friendly, letting him know he doesn't mess around. I'm hoping all these big hands that Scott is showing, it may enable him to put in a bluff at some point. We're getting closer to the end of the stream tonight, but you know, when Scott's put in a 3-bet, 4-bet tonight, he has definitely had it. Hasn't really gotten out of line. Scott's another player who's become a regular on our show and not been afraid whatsoever to put chips in the pot. Enjoy having him on.
I like how you had ace king, but you're wondering, I wonder what that other card would have been. Maybe I would have had aces. You had ace king and you're like greedy. You're like, I want aces. You would have lost a lot of your aces to kings.
Walker's going to raise this up. Get a couple of callers from OFC and John H. Not a bad flop there for the Jack-10. No clubs, but he just flops the joint. Hates that card.
Hey Doc, I gotta tell you, you're,
And
you're
big
banned
reason
life.
for it.
No super pros allowed.
His straight is no longer the nuts.
No more help. Yeah.
You can't be
Come
better
here, win
than
all the money. You
JD.
just,
You're better than the best player in Dallas.
Yeah.
He blocks a lot of queen jacks, but unfortunately, that's precisely what his opponent has, is queen jack. Walker let out. OFC raised him. Walker just makes the call. Straight on the board. OFC's got a straight to the jack, but unfortunately for him, as we can see, Walker has the absolute nuts. He's going to be putting in a raise here.
Bluff the fans. I like the bluff.
1,400 in the pot. Walker's got 3.7K left. He's just going to jam.
At that point, I mean, I was semi-tilted.
And OFC's got the second nuts.
With Mitch's raises. I mean,
I was
still,
just snap all in.
I was still tilted from that
You
2,500 I
expected
raised
a
him.
fold.
That jack
This is one of those spots where you just get disgusted. You flop the nuts. Rainbow board. You got Jack-10, and then boom. One of the 3 other 10s
He's a super pro robot, I can tell. He's
hits
super
on the
pro
turn,
robot. He's no tilt.
and now your nuts shrivel. It's like jumping in a cold pool. He said, I can't call that, obviously.
Good bluff, good bluff.
No way. He's going to show the 10. He shows the 10. Oh, he does show the jack. Okay.
I flopped it.
What?
I flopped it.
Wow.
I'm good at this game. Look at his hand.
Wait,
Thank you.
did you have Jack Queen?
Seriously?
OFC, you sicko. Because OFC is the only person in this game
It's Jack Queen.
that's going to fold that hand. Whereas, yeah, you heard Scott say, I call so freaking fast.
Oh, see, when you showed the jack, all of our faces were like, oh my god, he misread his hand. All of us were like, he
I
misread
flopped
his
the
hand.
nuts.
Jeez.
Cold
You
nuts
got
on a rainbow
21,000 in your stack.
I can't believe I didn't get
I
paid.
beat his
He's going all in.
I mean,
I mean, you're definitely putting him on a jack there. But Queen Jack, it's the only hand that beats you.
I would have called you fucking
OFC,
I think
that's running good. He's making the right folds tonight. I don't know if they're good folds, but he's making them.
nice fold, OC.
That is fucking.
Phony Turgeson, I don't know about tight with this table, but OFC has definitely been making some folds tonight that are on the tighter side, but he's been right every stinking time. So either his spidey senses are just on like crazy tonight, or he is playing a little tighter than the rest of us, because I know a lot of money of his would have been in the pot if it were me, and about 99% of the folks that are playing at TCH right as we speak.
Or limped, then you were getting paid.
That is just
That
crazy.
raise just kind of
What do you mean? Oh, you
All right, we're getting into the end of the stream. We had a couple
towards.
tell me they were watching from Florida. Anybody else watching from outside of Texas? Obviously, a seat is back in India watching.
To me, I bet 100. He raises 300.
Where else are you guys and gals, ladies? Where you at tonight? Hopefully you're
7, 8, 9, 10.
out there
Yeah,
watching.
Bet he calls turn.
We still have our
River
ladies'
six.
night special
River
on
400
Thursdays. Come on out on Thursday nights, TCH Dallas.
25 club.
It was super polarized.
How much did you bet?
Bluff the fuck out of you guys. I'm gonna bluff the fuck out of you.
3,300.
Fuck out
I
of
think it was
you.
3,300.
These tight folds are getting JD to think he's going to get away with some bluffs here. Let's see it.
Yeah, so 2,900.
Got about 20 minutes left. I want to see some big bluffs.
He bet like 450 or something. Yeah.
And he went all in.
OFC's
3,300.
banned for life. Don't fold over. Check. Done.
They are definitely
That was, yeah.
giving
I thought I
OFC
could've
some
gotten
shit
a
for that
call from
fold.
somebody
They're
flipped
saying
up
he's
and
banned for life.
Yeah.
It was just slightly in
A little bit of a misread here. Let's see if we can get the board pulled up. That is a queen
I folded the first one and I was
and
like,
an 8 out there. Yeah, we got the wrong board here.
well, yeah, after that I was like, all right, well, not fold second pair anymore.
I don't know. I was
The first one I'm like, I don't know.
hoping he
I think I
would.
folded
All right,
one time.
Herb Fields, you're going to have to let me know where Usiana is.
It happens, but
Once I saw that,
That's above my pay grade.
The only thing he's losing
An area that I have not visited. Where is Usiana?
I just gotta see one. I don't need to see
Oh
one.
no, I
just see one. Yeah.
When he raises me on the when he raises me on the turn, he
But then I
like
didn't have
almost
any other-
always has a jack.
OFC is away from the table, and they're all still talking about that hand and that fold. That's 2, if not 3, just sick folds tonight. OFC pre-flop folding ace king of spades.
It'd have to be like a very specific.
Post-flop, after hitting top pair with ace king on a 6-6. I don't even know what else was out there. There was a 9 on the river. Folding top pair, top kicker. And then just there, flopping the nut straight. Still having the second nuts by the river. And folding it. They are giving him hell. Scott's going to wake up with aces this time. And oh my goodness. Everyone but Scott loves this flop.
Hey, Doc, I was
Scott's
kidding.
aces are already dead. They are up in flames. I mean, I guess he's got some backdoor boat potential here,
Yeah,
but
that's awesome. You play around town, I guess?
Walker flopping the nuts here. Benham with the king high spade draw. And Scott is just disgusted, laughs and throws away the 2 red aces.
You've been here a long time, though, now, right?
He was facing not only a bet from Benham, but a raise from Walker.
for a 3
I'm from
bet.
Florida originally, but I moved out here a decade ago for work.
Oh, Louisiana, that Louisiana. Yeah, I've been there a couple times. Spent quite a bit of time there when I was working in the oil and gas industry.
Yeah. Holly's got your info now, so she'll hit you up.
5 ball on the turn. And Walker just raised Benham. Oh, he puts just a couple of chips out there.
I know I give him shit.
Benham immediately folds.
Rick's the nice guy. He's nice.
You didn't fold the ace of spades.
No, I didn't.
He's good at poker, but like, nice guy.
Scott said I folded aces, and Walker says, yeah, but you didn't fold the ace of spades.
I'd read it.
No, never mind. I thought
I was actually worried about him too.
But I think it's the.
I thought his bet was creepy. I was like,
I put on poker.
I'm gonna be drawing dead.
you just had a
2
high-
red aces and an all spade board. Money flying at you. About the easiest fold you'll ever make.
That's a fucking beautiful board.
Yeah, fair.
Small bait.
What? I had ace of spades. I know. I'd say.
To be profitable in this game, you definitely have to be able to let go of those big pairs and those ace kings post flop. Especially in multi-way flops, you just got to be able to fold those hands. Pick a different spot. Hand number 102. Still 177 of y'all hanging in there with us. Thanks again.
3 players. Check.
3 ways to a jack deuce flop. Benham gonna lead out. with 8-3 of diamonds. And take it down. Looks like we got about 4 or 5 more hands. Plenty of money still on this table. Let's see if we can't finish off our stream with some big hands. Andrew shouting out from Ontario, Canada. What's going on, Andrew? Where do you play poker in Ontario, Mr. Andrew? Going 4 ways. Ace, 3, 6, 2 clubs, 2 flush draws, and a set. This could get nasty.
DJing? Huh? Pandora? Who's DJing tonight?
Benham wasting no time.
Random.
Loves the ace out there.
Whoever's DJing tonight.
You always love flopping a baby
Good
set
music taste here.
when there's a big ace out there, especially multi-way. John's going to make the call with that king-high flush draw. And Slick Ric, he's got the 9 deuce. The only reason you play a 9 deuce is suited is to hit a flush. He's thinking, can I scare these guys out of this pot? Tough to bluff into 3 other opponents, though. Let's see what he elects to do here. Oh, he is going to go in for the raise. We're going to have an easy fold by OFC here. Slick Ric with 16.5K, Benham with just 4.7, and John with 2.7. I think the money gets in for both of these guys because they are all going to be wanting to play in pots to double up through Slick Ric here. And John is about to rip it. No guts, no glory. No gamble, no future, they say. Okay, John's just going to call, leaving him with 1.5 behind. John's now got a pair of kings. But still going to have to hit his flush to win. Action is on Slick Ric, though. He can only win if he hits a flush and John folds. But I don't see John ever folding with all that money in the pot. Slick Ric is going to check. Benham needs to deny equity from these draws. Make them pay for it. John with kind of a grimace. He's got too much money out there. He cannot go anywhere. Benham is all in for 3,600. John H is going to call for his last 1,500. And now Slick Ric going, oh shit, what did I do? And can I even win this hand? And this is one he can get away from, being that he just has a 9-high flush. 4,000 to call. He's got the chips, but does he want to put them in if he's facing another flush? And that is a discipline fold. Discipline fold. Got to fold that hand there against 2 opponents. No reason to just punt off that money. They're going to run it twice. Ooh, Benham scooping a big one. 86.50 in the pot, going Benham's way. Profit of 5,300. And looks like John's going to call it a night.
I guess that was my first time. That was my
GG,
first
Mr.
time.
John Harris. Thanks for coming out again.
Like 4 or 5.
Definitely become another one of our regulars on this 5-10-25 stream on Tuesday nights.
You had 9s once, remember? You had 9s and you flopped a 9.
Got his money in there with a big draw and a chance to, really set himself up for the next stream. You can find John playing in the big game over at TCH Social, Las Colinas, and obviously on our Tuesday night live stream. GG's to John. We'll see you next time, brother. We asked for some big hands to finish off our night, and we got it there. Hand number 103 did not disappoint. We are down to 7-handed now. Andrew says, mostly online poker in Ontario. Plays a lot on GG Poker. I've got a GG Poker hat, and I just have not played, but sounds like a good time. Home games are fun as well. But if you ever make it down to Texas, Texas Card House, we are in not San Antonio. We are in the Rio Grande Valley down in Edinburgh. We are in Austin. We have 2 clubs in the Houston area, one up in Spring and one in Houston. And we have 2 clubs here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, TCH Social in Las Colinas, and this location here, TCH Dallas. Two pair for OFC. He's not loving that turn card. Does not have a spade in his hand, so he could be worried about a spade draw. Walker, though, looking for a king and a king only, unless he bluffs his way to victory. Ooh. OFC checks. Walker checks back. Queen 10 going to get it done. And there's our V-pips. Obviously, we don't have Mitch or John in there anymore. Doc representing, though. First time I've gotten to commentate Doc Hollywood. 40% V-pip. Played in a lot of hands. Played more than just premiums tonight, so he really got after it. Yeah, Andrew, I think you'd really dig it. We've got, actually, I got a couple guys that recently started coming here, and they literally are here almost every 2 weeks, and they don't live in Texas. They live up in Chicago, Illinois, and they just love the poker down here so much. They come down and play. We've had guys from Europe that do 6 months at a time, 6 weeks, whatever the government will allow, just because the poker is such good action here in Texas. So, yeah, we welcome people, and it's friendly. It's not like a lot of the casinos or shady home games. It's safe, legal, very secure poker rooms, and I think you'll have a lot of fun. So come check it out. Some big hands here. Jacks, Ace, King.
He put it about 7 times on Instagram. He puts it like once a month. More? He just reposts
Walker's going to check it over to Scott.
every month. He's like, I quit my job again.
Wondering what's going on, because Scott has really only been betting big tonight with big pairs. Walker's thinking, are my jacks good here? The answer is yes. No spade in hand, though. It goes check, check. Scott going to need to improve here. Oh, this is a gross spot. The action is on Walker. He does not have a spade in his hand. A check surely looks like weakness, and Scott can pounce on that. 700 into 28.90. Scott elects not to try to bluff into that. Set of jacks were way good, but that is a scary run out. Got to feel good for Walker, though. Has not been his night tonight. Dragging a pot there's got to feel good.
When I first met you, like, that's good sharp.
That was a good bet.
Now,
You've done more rolling. The 700 felt like 2 chances. I'm out. That felt like a
tell me when
freeze
it's too
call.
much. That's all.
Alright, guys, just 2 more hands. We're done with the stream.
This? You for that?
Last couple hands, hand number 106. Walker's going, where was this heater earlier? As he's going to wake up with another premium here. Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah.
He's going to open it up to 125. Oh, it just run right into Doc Hollywood's Ace King. Doc Hollywood's sitting on a stack of 27,000.
Well,
Right. 700.
Well, another big hand. Benham is going to pop up this pocket tens hand to 700. Excuse me. He's going to 3-bet it up to 700. Got Mitch Lloyd's favorite hand, the 1-color pocket tens. Jack 6-6. Benham's in great shape here with both players having big aces. Just the one overcard out there. Walker with diamonds, just hating this flop. Gotta let it go. Doc Hollywood not going to give up that easy. Does have the ace of spades in his hand. Could rip a flush with just the ace. Could end up hitting runner spades. There's one. There's one right out the jump. And Benham's going to check. Goes check, check. 4 on the river. Benham's going to check. And a friendly check back from the ace of spades. Benham's going to take down almost 3,200. This is going to be our last hold'em hand before they go to a PLO flip. Great job with all of our dealers tonight. Dealt a really good game. And obviously our production team, Cooper and Miss Tay Tay in the booth.
How much are we flipping for here at the end? 200. 400?
25.
Walker's going to wake up with another pair. Scott, 3rd time tonight with pocket queens. He's going to raise it up to 125. JD going to wake up with a 10-5. JD pretty card dead tonight. Gave it hell like he always does, but cards just did not cooperate. Scary flop for the queens. And
Does it ever pop in your head, Mary? I know you're reading.
100 and a call. There we go. Another overcard. Scott's like, that's exactly the flop and turn I want to see when I'm holding 2 queens. And just like that, that's our last hold'em hand, guys. We're going to do a final PLO flip. Pretty darn good stream for a couple of the guys tonight. OFC and our newest, Mr. Doc Hollywood, absolutely crushing it tonight. OFC with either some of the best folds that you will ever see or some of the nittiest folds, whatever you want to call it. He dodged some bullets tonight and had a hell of a night. You can see he's got that yellow 5K chip on top of some $1,000 chips on top of several 2K stacks of black chips. Great night and great showing for OFC. And like I said, the doctor himself, an actual doctor, Doc Hollywood, came in. He's been part of our chat before and plays with some of these guys on the side. He's a heart doctor, but obviously knows how to play a little poker too. So thanks for coming out. Slick Ric having a pretty good night himself. If you guys aren't following Slick Ric Poker, check him out. It's RIC, short for Eric, actually, Eric Chang. Slick Ric is an awesome, awesome dude and puts out some good content on social media. I'm sure he's going to be going to Vegas here to play in the main event and some other big tournaments, WSOP. He's already been out there once, so root him on. 9-5-6. Straight possible on the board. Full house, quads. Ooh, straight, boom, 7-8 right there. Slick Ric does have a 9. 9 queen. Nobody has a boat.
Are you sure he has 7-8? That's a straight.
2 people holding the 7-8 there, so they're going to chop that up on that PLO flip. God, what was that, a $500 flip? So yeah, it's going to be a nice one. Karan says, if the players want to keep playing, why stop the stream? Trust me, I'm with you. But I myself, I want to go out there and play, and we've got a room full of cash tables for me to go jump on. So now that I got the itch. Thank you again, everybody, for tuning in. TCH Live, we do this here in Dallas, Texas, every Tuesday night. I'm always joined by Aaron McAvoy and also my main man, RJ Dupree. We'll be back Tuesday, but we're also going to have a live stream on Monday. That's normally, I think, Austin's 2-5 stream, but we're going to have our final table for the even bigger one. So one more time before you sign off, take a screenshot of this or go to our website, the even bigger one tournament, $250K guarantee, $300 buy-in, 30-minute levels on day 1. If you're part of the 10% on each of these flights that makes it to day 2, you're automatically in the money. And on day 2, the blind levels are 40 minutes, so tons of playability. Starting tomorrow, Wednesday, the 19th, is the first flight. You can bag multiple times if you want. You can min cash and take your biggest bag, to day 2, which is on Sunday. Day 3 will be our final table, and we will live stream that son of a gun right here on TCH Live. So thanks again for coming out. Come play some cash. Come play some tournaments. Enjoy it. We'll see you then.
I know if I lose this one, I just...
Yeah, straight.
Dude. Really?